Hey, I'm back. I've been streaming in about 10 days because I've been out a little bit. I've been out with back last Monday. My wisdom tooth removed, so I've been out streaming with that. But I'm back now. Um, I've also been planning on streaming about this whole week, like each day, but then like either Tuesday, Monday night was too tired. Tuesday morning ended up oversleeping. Then had some problem with stomach. Tuesday night too tired. This morning when I woke up, overslept, just nah. Ended up trying to go after tonight, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna put my foot down. We'll go after tonight, whatever. So now, um, but like, hey, it turned out today a new One D&D content was dropped, and so my plan was to have worked on more of the spell upgrades, spell mastery. However, we got One D&D content directed. So that's what the plan for today's streaming is going to be. Um, only right now, all I've seen of this is two things. One, 50 pages of stuff. The title of actually three things. So the title of it, the player's handbook playtest 5. The 5 spot. And then I happened to see that it had 5 classes right over there. So yeah, I also got a new music playlist as well. I got a mix of two that I've been used on that I listened to on stream most recently. Although this is probably the first time on stream that I've actually had a rubber band on my wrist. It's actually pretty common for me. Like in the past, it's been pretty common for me to have a rubber band on my wrist. I just haven't worn one for a while. Just because of the utility of it, I'm just I just feel like having one on hand. Like if we're opening a bottle or whatever I want it for. But like I was like I don't think I have it. It's the thing with accessories actually. I got a pair of glasses for wearing while working computer stuff, like on stream. Except, so that they have glare, and so like I can't really wear them on stream. So it's like, but um, but yeah, uh, yeah. Part of me was considering streaming a little later, but one I know I start. One of us I probably would have fallen asleep if I start. But actually, that's not true. I drink caffeine at I drink Zip Fizz, which is like a caffeinated beverage at like 10, and so like 2 hours ago. So like I wasn't able to fall asleep, but like I'm getting pretty tired. And unfortunately, like okay, but yeah. And I know I wanted to look at it and get into this. So let's get right into this. So this document is part of the series of Under Connor articles that present material design for the new next version of the player's handbook. The material here uses the rules from in the 2014 player's handbook, except where noted. After we conclude the public playtest for the player's handbook, Under Connor will explore material for the Dungeon Master's Guide and the Monster Manual. I feel like I'm missing something. Like if I was planning on doing, but just haven't done. I don't know what that is though. Whatever. Weapons. New options. What's new? New options for weapons appear here for you to try. Okay, interesting. More spells are ready for playtesting. Okay, feats of several epic boon feats and the weapon master feat appear here for your feedback. Okay. 5 classes are ready for playtesting. This is what I saw before 5 classes. I didn't know I didn't see what they were. Barbarian, fighter, sorcerer, warlock, and wizard. The one I actually care about is monk, and it's the one they don't have. Each of these classes also include a subclass. The monk will appear in a future UA along with revised versions of the other classes. Okay, whatever. Rules glossary. The rules glossary has been updated with the game. This has been doing the whole time. So, yada yada yada. Whatever. We know this is rest is what we have. Weapons. This session contains playtest versions of weapons in the player's handbook. Here you'll find weapon tables, several revised weapon properties, and a new type of property, mastery properties. Interesting. When we visit experts and priests in future Unearthed Arcana articles, some of them will gain access to these special weapon properties. I'm interested to see what they do here because, as someone who's big into weaponry and stuff like that, be interesting what I agree with, what I disagree with, and and what I like, what I don't like about it. But okay, here are new design weapon updates. Here's the new elements in this weapon section. I'm just gonna skip past that. Though I did see that its first return to being a martial weapon, which whatever. Okay. Club 1d for bludgeoning damage. It's the same light property. Mastery slow. Okay, interesting. Mastery. We'll also know what those are doing about. Dagger 1d for piercing. That's all the same. Great Club 1d bludgeoning. That's the same. I don't know about G period and way. Those could be changing, but I doubt. They're not really significant enough for them to change it, but I don't know. When it's fucking hand axe, that's the same. Yeah. Actually, light property. Is that new? No, I don't think it is. No, it's not. I'm thinking the finesse property was not. Is something that's not present on the hand axe that is present on like dagger. And I think light hammer. No, it's not present on light hammer. Brain. Javelin thrown. When he's piercing, not changed. 330, 120 is the same. Light hammer, 490 for bludgeoning. Light thrown, 220, 60 is the same. Mace, 160 bludgeoning damage. Unchanged. Sap, interesting. So slow, nick, push, vex, slow, nick, push, vex, sap, flex. Quick 1d6 bludgeoning, versatile 1d8. Yeah. I quarterstaff really should have. Well, I have some thoughts like quarterstaff, but then how because quarterstaff should be counted as reach at least with one hand, but obviously that's kind of weird because like one hand it's something considered like it's like. It's better having something be better with one handed than it is with two hands. It's kind of a weird thing to kind of avoid. Which also you tend to be able to do more damage with one hand with the quarterstaff because it's you're gonna grab that more towards the end of it, and if you're trying to get a distance, you're trying to try the same speed, but the end's trying to get a distance. And so so the ends be trying to higher speed. They were more psi and they were more damage. So, but I don't really care about that much. Sigil 1d for flashing. That's pretty sure that's the same light. It doesn't have finesse. That seems no. And depending on like assuming Warpick still exists, it's kind of odd because like there is a version of the Sigil that wouldn't have finesse, but with more of a more what I might consider to be a war pick with war pick in existence, more like a comma versus the more typical like farming sickle, like you see in the druid symbol, which is that one I would say is generally finesse, which is no sickle's never been finesse. Am I high? Well then, no, I'm in third or anything. 1d6 piercing. Also, I could argue for more damage, but also for like 1d6 piercing damage on sickles, but whatever. Wings of piercing on spear, thrown 2060 versus 1d8. Yeah, it's the same. So you flex on quarterstaff and spear. Huh. Light crossbow with 1d8 piercing. Ammunition range 80, 320. That's normal. No change there. Loading two-handed. Yep. Mastery slow. Okay. Dart 1 for piercing, finesse and thrown. Yep. Short bow 1d6 piercing. Ammunition two-handed. 8320 two-handed. Sling 1d4, 3120. Yeah. Nothing's changed there. Battle axe 1d8 slashing damage. Versatile 1d10. Nothing's changed there. Topple, which is new. Flail 1d8 bludgeoning damage. Nothing's changed there. Glaive 1d10 slashing. Heavy reach two-handed. No change. Then graze. That's another one we haven't seen yet. Great axe 1d12 slashing. Heavy two-handed. Yep. Cleave, which is also another new one. I wonder if I have to do like the whole clean through enemies rule. I wonder if that has something to if that's all related to that. Greaser 1d6 slashing, heavy two-handed. Graze, again, nothing new. Halberd 1d10 slashing, again, that should be higher, but I wasn't expecting them to change it necessarily. I was hoping they would. I wasn't expecting it. Halberd should be the highest damage of any weapon, realistically. But it's a larger lever than depending on the Great Axe, with basically similar properties. So, and additionally, it's going to be. I mean, you could argue that the Great Axe could be the same damage, but it should be. I would say the Halberd should be a little bit more than the Great Axe. But polearms are underpowered in D&D 5e. Heavy reach, two-handed cleave. Yeah, nothing's really changed there. Lance, 1d10 piercing. That's drop and drop down. I agree with that. Heavy reach, two-handed unless mounted. So they revised how the special property worked. Topple, okay. We saw that in Battle Axe. Interesting, Battle Axe is topple, but Great Axe is cleave. It'd be interesting what cleave. I kind of wonder what cleave does. Longsword, 1/8 slashing, versatile 1d10. Nope, not change it. Flex. So we see flex on longsword, quarterstaff, and spear. Huh. Maul, 2d6 bludgeoning, heavy, two-handed, topple. No change there. Morningstar, 1/8 piercing. Another chain. Sap. Again, Morningstar shouldn't exist, but because Morningstar's a maze, it's a type of maze. It's like it's piercing damage, but like realistically, not really, because like the concentration that a Morningstar gives you is basically the same that you have on a Warhammer, but Warhammer's not piercing damage. Like a lot of Warhammers will have a kind of four-pronged head, which is basically spikes on it. It's like Morningstar's a type of maze, just it's kind of a Morgenstern, so pole arm, but that's not what I'm talking about. But pike, 1d10 piercing, heavy reach, two-handed, push. Okay, yeah, nothing's it's push now. Yeah, no, push was on present on Great Club. Push and top. Oh, that push probably moves him back. Top unlocks him prone. Assumption. Rapier, 1d8 finesse. Vex. Scimitar, 1d6 slashing. Finesse light. Nick. Short sword, 1d6 piercing. Finesse light. Yeah, so noted earlier is not back to being martial weapon, which means it's not present. Well, but before Druid had precision in Scimitar, then with 1D, but it was previously they had precision in short swords instead, which is like, okay, yeah, basically the same weapon beyond that damage type change. Which short sword should be better because you don't have to deal with the immunities to like damage that were present on ochre jellies and black puddings, while also getting the advantage of like having, if it's a magical weapon, magic sword having. Giving in your good, if you're good alignment, then it'd be super effective. It'd be yeah, sure, super effective on Rakshasas. Well, Rakshasas would be vulnerable to it. So, but like, now it's not there anymore. Kind of sucks. Also, no, Druids also now have short swords, short bows, light crossbows. Kind of makes up for also Shillelagh quarterstaff. Like, you don't really care that much. So, on quarterstaff stuff to anyway. So, you don't really care that much. Unless you're planning on like wielding like dual or something, but Trident 1/8 piercing, which is thrown 2060 versus 1d10. Why do you increase damage on Trident? I don't understand why. What is this obsession with? I understand why they did it, because I want to make a discrepancy between it and a spear. However, nothing about a trident is better than a spear. The only benefit a trident might have over a spear is the ability to trap blades. If you have a blade in the trident, you can twist the trident and then trap a blade in that. That's the one benefit it has. You can make it, more points, more damage, but except PSI, the pounds per square inch would be very lessened because it's dividing it over more space. Not way more damage, more likely to be hit. Okay, but that's not a damage thing. I don't understand why a trident should be doing. Why should a trident build more damage? Should be dealing more damage than a spear. You often argue that with a trident, it limits how deep you can the penetration depth. Granted, you have lugs on spears that do the same thing. Also deal with things getting stuck, so that isn't a bad thing, but it doesn't really matter in the end. But I don't understand. Tridents are just dumb. I don't. Also, okay, when it's been there, with versatile, it's the same two-handed. It is the same damage as a halberd, but it's piercing. If you're willing with two hands, it's the same thing as a halberd. Well, it's a halberd, but okay, it's a pike without reach. Okay, it's also without reach, but like, Trident should not be dealing more damage than a halberd, or as much damage as a halberd. Though I don't know what the master things you do yet, so maybe there's maybe the cleave just something has something with damage, but I'm not holding my breath. War pick 1d8 piercing, versatile 1d10. That's new. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad to see that. Granted, Warhammers, you flip most Warhammers of a spike on them would be doing the same thing as like just would be the same damage as a warhammer, but it's piercing with bludgeoning. So like, I like warpick. I like them that exists, but like a warhammer just simply around is a warpick now. Like, there's really a wide net to use a warhammer. Also for bludgeoning damage and piercing damage. Granted, it's not built into the game, but it should be. Yeah, whatever. Whip, 24 laughing, finesse, reach, no change there. Slow. I'm curious what slow is. Like, club has it. Javelin has it. Does it reduce speed? That's my guess. It's probably reduces speed. Their speed, but let's see. Oh, wait, we missed something. So blowgun 1 piercing damage. 25 100, but it's the same, right? Yep, loading. Yeah, vex. Some hand crossbow 1 is piercing. That's ammunition 30 120. Yep, light loading, the same. Heavy crossbow 1 piercing. Heavy loading 2-handed. 100 400. Yep, that's the same. Push. Okay. Longbow 1d piercing. 150 600. Yep, that's the same. Heavy 2-handed. Yeah, that's the same. Okay. Slow. Musket 1. So yeah, we now have the firearms, which makes sense. I mean, when you're dealing with halberds, really, other equipment stuff that exists in D&D 5e as a base thing, it would coexist with firearms. So like, it makes sense that they're present. Yeah, 1d12 piercing damage, range 40 120. So it's worse range than heavy crossbow. Yeah, I can behind that. Loading 2-handed. It's not heavy, but that makes sense. I'm just comparing it to heavy crossbow. Slow pistol 1d10 piercing. Okay. Ammunition 3090 loading. Okay. So it's like a. Okay. Okay. Weapon properties: light. We need to make it. When you take the attack action on your turn, I read this because I know that they've modified it in previous versions. So when you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a light weapon, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn. That's changed. That extra attack, well, from 1D&D, that is, from what was in the past. That extra attack must be made with a different light weapon, and you don't add your ability modifier to the extra attack's damage unless the modifier is negative. For example, if you take the attack action on your in one hand, this is the same thing. Yes, it's back to what it was before. Because yeah, I just want to make 100% sure that it did actually change. I'm not being stupid. I should probably have that one's open anyway. No, maybe. Okay, no sources. I need to do playtest. Let's go extra classes. So I'll have it. And maybe just go Control F light. Nope. On your turn, we attack with a light weapon in one hand. You can make an attack as part of the same action. Yeah. So they revert to the way it was. So my count is. I'm not sure that's true. Thrown, if a weapon has a thrown property, you can use it. You can throw the weapon to make a ranged attack, and you can draw the weapon as part of the attack. If the weapon is a melee weapon, you use the same ability modifier for the attack roll and damage roll that you would for the melee attack with the weapon. For example, if you throw a hand axe, you use your strength, but if you throw a dagger, you can use strength or dexterity, since the dagger has a defense property. I believe there is a change there. Yeah, the drawing piece is different. So and you can draw that weapon as part of the attack. That's new. That was not there. That was not there before. It was present on. Was it Throne fighting, or was it a fighting, a bound mass maneuver? I think it was a Throne fighting style, and maybe on no. I wasn't say on Duel, but Duel was not. I didn't think to throw them. It was just general weaponry, drawing things as part of an attack action, which that's something that they've actually changed. It's like with each attack you make, you can draw or stow a weapon. So, mastery properties. Each weapon now has a mastery property, as shown in the weapon tables above. That property is usable only by a character who has a feature such as weapon mastery that unlocks the property for the character. Here are descriptions of each mastery property. The properties are provided in alphabetical order. Okay, so we'll see weapon power off. At least it should be present in Ranger, but maybe we'll see that change later on. But we'll see. If a game feature lets you replace a weapon's mastery property with another one, that weapon must meet any prerequisite specified for the new property. Okay, that's what the prerequisites there. Cleave melee heavy property. If you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can make an attack roll with the weapon against a second creature within 5 feet of the first that is also within your reach. On a hit, the second creature takes the weapon's damage, but don't add your ability modifier to that damage unless that modifier is negative. You can make this attack against only once per turn. Okay. So it's what I thought about the whole idea of cleaving through creatures, which, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It makes sense. It's interesting that's not a bonus action, but and then cleave. The ones that have cleave are, and I know it's great axe, halberd, yeah, great axe and halberd. Then you can put it onto any of your heavy weapons. So, great sword, glaive. Great for glaive, lance. Be interesting on lance. It's piercing damage. To be more thrusting motion. I guess you can one behind it. I guess theoretically. Maul, pike. Yeah. So. We find this under great sword. But okay. Flex. Versatile property. When you hit with a melee attack using this weapon, you deal its versatile damage even if you're wielding it with one hand. That's cool. Okay. I like that. So that was present on quarterstaff, spear, longsword. Any other ones? Quarterstaff, spear, longsword, warpick, and warhammer. Okay. Cool. I like that. And it actually goes back to what I was talking about the quarterstaff earlier. With one hand, of course, that's how we're dealing more damage. But yeah. Graze. If your attack roll with this weapon misses a creature, you can deal damage to the creature equal to the ability modifier you use to make the attack roll. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon, and the damage can't be increased in any way other than increasing the ability modifier. I thought this might be what it's related to, my ability to damage rolls and missing attacks. Okay, so this is cool, and that is present on. It's on glaive, great sword, and great sword. Yeah, glaive and great sword. So, okay. Nick. Oh, that's because it is melee and heavy. Okay. Heavy's interesting. Because like, if I'm thinking of a weapon that like making it go from a miss to a hit, I'm thinking with more finesse, like being able to make quick little minor modifications when you're swinging it, or something with a longer blade. But the longer blade thing's kind of weird. But like having a situation where you can make minor adjustments during your swing to change it, which makes it not a heavy weapon. So it seems kind of counterintuitive, but I don't know. Nick, light property. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of the bonus action. Okay, so they changed the light property thing that earlier, as the change they made to the light property previously in 1D&D is now part of this. Okay, cool. Again, hopefully it can exist on Ranger, but we'll see. Push, and then and Nick is present on dagger, light hammer, scimitar. Yeah, dagger, light hammer, scimitar. So we can use scimitar for short sword. So we'll see what Vex, what was said? Yeah, so what Vex does in a minute. Push. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you can push the creature up to 10 feet away from you if it is no more than 1 sixth larger than you. Cool. So heavy, two-handed, or versatile property. Okay. And push is present on Great Club, Pike, and heavy crossbow. Okay. Then we have sap. No other properties. So maybe it has no properties. I assume. Yeah, because it's slow is none. So no other property means it has no properties at all. Interesting. If you hit a creature with this weapon, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your next turn. This one. Okay, and that is present on Morningstar and Flail and Mace. Morningstar, Flail, Mace. So your Mace and Mace hybrids. Mace, well, weapons that are 50 Mace. But we do a chain or just it's actually just a mace. They just call it a different weapon. And then topple. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you can force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw with a DC. With a DC equal to 8 plus your proficiency plus your ability modifier you use to make the attack roll. On a failed save, the creature has the prone condition. Okay, yeah, so not built prone, just prone. Con save. Weird thought it's not a strength saving throw. Huh. Odd. Don't think I really agree with that, but whatever. Then top of is heavy, reach, or versatile property. Okay, but top is normally on battle axe, which is kind of weird. Lance, maul, and trident. I feel like battle axe should have a cleave or something, or flex, not topple. But whatever. Vex. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to the creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll against the creature before the end of your next turn. Okay, so it's like, in a way, it is similar to the topple thing, but it's guaranteed advantage, and it would also work against on ranged attack rolls, not just on melee ones. So, and also the other, the side effects of prone. So, and then it's animation, finesse, or light property, and then it is present on a lot of things. It is present on hand axe, dart, short bow, rapier, short sword, blowgun, hand crossbow, and pistol. Okay. Cool. Oh. Vex and Elven accuracy to get 3 dice in your second attack roll all the time. Going champion fighter to get your 18 to 20 on your to get critical hits. Adventuring gear, net. Right, we didn't see net over here. So net's no longer a weapon. Here are descriptions of miscellaneous items whose rules for have changed for the list. I guess also reactions. I like this. I think the properties are cool. It adds more nuance to weapons. It makes it more interesting. I'm hoping we'll see this on at least a ranger, probably paladin as well. If we need the ranger, though, like, then again, paladin has like improved divine smite and stuff. So like, getting just a ranger thing only could be interesting. Although, and with 1D&D ways currently, rangers has only specific 5 styles where paladin has all of them. I'd expect that to change, but then again, I also see them not having it, which whatever. Apart from the change to trident, I like what they've done here. Though, I mean, I think they could do more, like the halberd, but yeah. Net. Cost 1 HP, weight 3 pounds. When you hit the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with a throw of the net at a creature within 15 feet of you. The shark must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against a DC equal to 8 plus your strength dexterity modifier. The shark succeeds automatically if it is huge or larger. On a failed save, the target has to be strain condition until it escapes the net. To escape the target must use its action to make a DC 10 strength athletics check, escaping on a success. A group within 5 feet of the target can use its action to attempt the same thing, destroying the net. AC 10, 5 HP, immune to bludgeoning, poison, and psychic damage. Also freeze the target ending effect. I love Blue Joy. Okay, yeah, so they made the net actually a usable weapon. Because previously you could never have... The only way for you to not just vandal attack is if you had the crossbow expert. So you don't have vandal against creatures within 5 feet of you. Or if the creature's otherwise incapacitated. So these are the creatures your target's incapacitated, which goes like it's not really helping them all that much. Well, that's not true. But I think otherwise, beyond the fact that they're not attackable, it's also 15 feet, so it's always it's not like 5/15, it's just 15. So an upgrade. It's actually not a usable weapon. Priest Pack. A Priest Pack contains is this the third time they've changed it? I think this is like the third time they've changed Priest Pack. Well, they had one in, I think it was they had it in the Cleric one. I think they then changed it in the Paladin one. Now they're changing it again. I think, or maybe they just changed it once. I don't remember. A Priest Pack contains the following items: backpack, blanket, lamp, holy water, rations. Just going to the page where it has stuff on it. Rations 7 days. Rope. No, not rope. Robe. And tinderbox. So, differences. Holy water, for one. Where is it? Priest Pack. Backpack, blanket. 10 candles, so no candles here, but a lamp instead. A tinderbox. Yep, okay, that's present in both. Alms box, that's no longer present. 2 blocks of incense, no longer present. Which, I mean, those are pretty insignificant items. A sensor, again, no longer present. Weren't they also going to make all the packs the same price, 25 HP? That might be the case, yeah. You might be thinking of the. I know they're gonna do it with the tools. I'm not sure about the packs. Not different expert classes. So, let's see. I'm sticking in through brain fought. Yeah. And I'm also not sure. I know they're doing that with. No, it's 353. I don't think so. They've just been changing the Priest Pack. They've been just messing with it all. Keep messing with it. Yeah, but yeah, the instruments though are all not, I think 20 or 25. Yeah, and then also yeah, price. Yeah, it's more expensive now, but obviously okay, it must be just the tools I was thinking of. Yeah, probably. Yeah, more holy waters. Yeah, also and yeah, also 2 days of investments, which is now with the robe. And then now 2 days of rations, so you get 5 more days of rations. And now they lose water skin. They trade out water skin for holy water. Whatever, I don't really care that much, but it's cool to have holy water. It'd be nice if I actually have a water skin though. Granted, water skin cost you all of 2 SP, so like, who cares? You probably have some money from your class most likely. I mean, click on 7 GP. You can spend 2 SP of that on a water skin. Like, it's not a big deal. So, hey. Onwards to spells. This section presents a new or revised spells for your to playtest. It also includes the arcane spell list. Okay, for the 5th time. The source of the spell is noted in parentheses after the spell's School of Magic. The main source are arcane, divine, or power. Okay, all right. They're talking about the lists that are present on. Some spells are instead from a class, such as sorcerer wizard. So basically saying, no for bard, no for warlock, something like that. Basically, interesting. You can cast such a spell only if a feature gives you access to it, of course. And arcane spells draw from ambient magic of the multiverse. Sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards are among those who harness this magic. The arcane spells table is for partial list of arcane spells. It's part of the partial list, so basically it's not including the ones from Damage Guide, Hoshes, etc., etc. The table provides a spell's level, name, and school of magic. This is the table list. Also indicates whether a spell has the ritual tag. If a spell's school of magic is different from what it appears in 2014 Player's Handbook, an asterisk appears after the school. Update to arcane list. 2 bard spells have been removed from the list. Vicious Mocking, Distance Whispers. Thank you. And future UA, these spells will still be available to the bard. Yeah, okay. Acid Splash, Blade Ward, Chill Touch, Dancing Lights is now Illusion, makes sense. Firebolt, Friends, Flight, Mage Hand, blah, blah, blah. Strike, Alarm, Armor of Agathis, now available on Wizard and Sorcerer. Arms of Hatter, same situation. Burning Hands, Charm Person, Chromatic Orb, Color Spray, Lineages, blah 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 blah. False Life, I can't remember if there's one more than just Warlock, I can't remember. For the full 5 familiar, Fog Cloud, Hellish Rebuke now available on Wizard and Sorcerer, Hex now available on Wizard and Sorcerer. Identify, Wizard Script, Jump, Longfire Mage Armor, Magic Missile, good. Ray of Sinuous Shield, Silent Image, Toxicity left, Sleep, Toxicity left, Tense of Floating Disc, Thunder Wave, Tense of Floating Disc is now present on Sorcerer and Warlock. Assuming Warlock doesn't have any restrictions to the spells, it's all the same consideration for Sorcerer. Which Thunder Wave, we should already knew that. Unseen Servant, not present on the list, I'm pretty sure. Witch Bolt, all herself, Arcane Lock, Blind Stuff, Devinus, Transmutations of Necromancy, makes sense. Blur, Calm Emotions, Cloud Daggers, Continue Flame, Cloud of Madness, Darkness, Dark Vision, Detect Thoughts, Enlarge Reduce, Enthrall, Flaming Sphere, Navigation, just to block range from getting it, I guess. It used to be Conjuration. I think they're just doing it to block Rangers from having, because Rangers can't cast evocation spells, but they use it to balance both spells otherwise. So, Gust of Wind, Hold Person, Invisibility, Knock, Levitate, Locate Object, Magic Mouth, Magic Weapon, Melt's Acid Era, Mirror Image, Messy Step, La da 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 day, Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray is now on Warlock, which wasn't before. Which is interesting implications for the Fiend spell list, but Pen spell list. Shatter from the Transmutations of Evocation. Interesting. Probably to have it in Bard, most likely, I would assume. We may have already known that. I don't know. Spark Climb, Suggestion, Web, Animate Dead, Bestow Curious Blink, What's Planet Spell, but Fireball again, now on Warlock. Fly, Glassy Form. Again, assuming Warlock doesn't have any restrictions to spell schools. Hunger of Hadar, now on Warlock. No, now on Wizard and Sorcerer. Don't think they were already. I'm assuming this is not all that unique and special, but I'm just kind of looking through it. Vampire Tide, Ratatati, Labadabadu. Goes now on Warlock and Sorcerer. Something that's naturalization. We already knew that. I'm pretty sure. Continuously sound abjuration instead of evocation. Okay. That makes sense. Glimpses of enchantment instead of transmutation. Makes sense. Telepathy is now divination instead of evocation. Again, makes sense. Okay. Okay. Spell descriptions or new spells. 11 new spells appear here. Each one connected to sorcerer, wizard, or wizard. Sorcerer, wizard, or warlock feature. Chaos spell. This spell has moved over from the to now it's present. Hey, it's no longer locked down. Okay, everything. Yay. Elf Blast. This can't now scales only with your warlock level, and all warlocks get it as a bonus spell. Interesting. Hex. This spell can deal extra damage only with wizard, and all warlocks get it as a bonus spell. Okay, I was thinking it's gonna go for like its only warlock spell, but no, wizards still do have it. Let's see what that ends up making. Arcane Eruption. Sorcerer spell. Has an action range 120 feet. Verbal thematic duration instantaneous. Turning magical fourth level spell. I think I said it, but I just didn't know it in my head. Turning magical energy explodes in a 20 foot radius sphere. So fireball. Center on a point you can choose within range. So fireball minus 30 foot range. When you cast a spell, you select the damage that you deal. So by the explosion, acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, psychic, or thunder. So chromatic orb mixes fireball basically so far. But just for sorcerer. Each creature in the sphere must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 66 damage of the chosen type. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage, so less to 2d6 less damage than fireball. So now there's 10 less damage. Well, not including the multiple targets piece. To be an average of 4. Choose one of the choose one of the d6s. So caseball kind of effect. The number rolled on that die determines the condition applied to each creature that failed the save, as shown below. A creature that has the condition until the end of your next turn. Interesting. Incapacitated, blinded, frightened, poisoned, charmed, or deafened. Interesting. Okay. High levels, 5th level, probably one extra 1d6. Yeah. Book of Shadows. Interesting. That's a spell. In the past, it's been a. It's been an invocation, or is it just what you get from being a Pact of the Tome? I think it's what you get from being a Pact of the Tome. But cast time 1 concentration, cantrip, warlock. Cast time 1 hour, range, self, verbal, thematic, duration, and states. Stitching together strands of shadow, you conjure forth a book in your hand. The book contains elvish matter that only you can access, granting you the following benefits. Cantrip rituals. When the book appears, choose 2 cantrips and choose 2 first level spells that have the ritual tag. The spells can be from the arcane, divine, and primal spell lists, and they must be spells you don't already have prepared. While the book is on your person, you have the chosen spells prepared. But as well as you can use this book as a spell against focus, the book disappears if you cast the spell again or die. So, are the packed boons being replaced with a cantrip? This is what it feels like to me. Kind of weird. Don't know how I feel about that. Well, only 2 cantrips instead of 3, and then 2 first level spells instead, though. But they're only visual tag spells. So it's taking the it's an element that allows you to cast spells with rituals. I'll just mind the concentration thing. There one on the concentration thing. There thing piece, whatever it is. But it's probably tone exclusive though. So that's what. It's combining that with the book of. It's made that invocation automatically part of the Path of the Tome thing, and making it a cantrip, which means you can probably get level 1 rather than level 3, and it's only 2 cantrips instead of 3 cantrips. Okay, when you reach 5th level as a warlock, the spell also enhances its other cantrips while the book is on your person. You can add your warlock spellcasting modifier to the damage rolls of any cantrip you cast that doesn't already have that modifier added to its damage roll. So no waste is kind of adding blast, but to all your cantrips, if you take this thing. So interesting. Chaos Bolt. Action. It has 1 action, 120 feet. Real thematic, instantaneous spell, sorcerer. Only amount of energy, range for while attack as a chart. 2d8 plus 26 damage. Choose one of the d8. Acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, poison, thunder. So far, no difference. If you rolled the same number on both d8s, the kinetic energy leads from the target to a different creature of your choice within 30 feet of it. Make a new attack roll against the target and make a new damage roll, which could cause the kinetic energy leak. The creature can be targeted only once by each kind of spell. Yeah, nothing's changed here. Create spell. Hey, 5th level transmutation wizard only. Reaction in response to yourself casting modify spell. I'm gonna read modify spell first. Where is that? Kind of that 1 minute. Rain self. Verbal somatic material. Your spell book. Okay. 4th level transmutation ritual wizard only. Instantaneous. You're using arcane formula in your spellbook. You magically alter 1 arcane spell you have prepared. You change the spell's color, sound, and smell, and you make one of the following modifications of the spell. weird. Remove one of the spell's components, verbal, somatic, or material. You can't remove the material component of a spell that consumes that component. Okay. Concentration is a spell that requires concentration. You can't break your concentration on the spell. Damage type. If the spell has a damage type, replace it with one of the following damage types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, poison, or thunder. Interesting. If the spell has multiple damage types, you can change only one of them. Okay. Range. If the spell has a range of at least 5 feet and doesn't have a range of self. Okay. Increase its range by a number of feet equal to 30 times your wizard level. So a maximum of 30, 60, 600 feet. Wow. Okay. If the spell lacks the ritual tag and has a cast time of at least 10 minutes, give it the ritual tag. Okay. Targets. If the spell affects one or more creatures and doesn't have a range of self, it now affects only your allies or enemies. Okay. So you can make Fireball only affect your enemies. Okay. Which you cast. And then you have just one of the following modifications. Okay. The chosen alteration lasts until you cast a modified spell again, or until you finish a long rest. This altered version of the spell can't be added to the spellbook or spell scroll without first casting create spell. Okay then. I think it's a good time to go back. What does this say? Did I just go too far down? No. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I did. For the fifth level higher, you can choose one additional modification for each level above 4th. Okay. So at 9th, you choose 5, 6, 7, 8. So 4 options. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Create spell. Reaction in response to you casting modify spell. An arcane focus, which the spell consumes with at least 1,000 GP per level of the spell altered by modified spell. So maybe like a crystal, I guess, which maybe might be referring to primarily, or gem kind of thing. Kind of idea is kind of the vibe I get from that. Synthesizing your arcane knowledge and power, you strive to create a new spell. To succeed, you must concentrate for 1 hour and meditate on the spell you just altered with modify spell. Otherwise, the spell fails. If you succeed, you must start casting Scribe spell within the next 10 minutes and add the altered spell to your spellbook. Once the spell is in your spellbook, it becomes one of your known spells. It gains the Wizard Source tag rather than Arcane tag, and it gains a name of your choice. Okay then. Now let's go to Scribe spell. First level transmutation, Ritual Wizard. So first you have to got a 4th level spell slot, a 5th level spell slot, and a 1st level spell slot. 2 hours per level of the scribed spell. Okay. Self. Verbal somatic material. A quill, a book, and 50 GP worth of fine inks per level of the spell. So this is how you scribe a spell into your spellbook. Is this the vibe I'm getting? Seems like what I'm getting from this. Channeling it through a quill and ink. You scribe an arcane spell in your spellbook or blank book worth at least 50 GP. The scribed spell must be of a level for which you have spell slots, and the book must lack the spell. As you manually scribe the spell, you must copy it from another spellbook or spell scroll, or you must have it prepared. I guess this would then also work with, of course, create spell. Because I guess that's already in your spellbook, so. If you have the spell prepared, the casting time and component costs are halved. Okay. So it's kind of like what we have all the savant things. When the scribing is complete, the spell becomes one of your known spells in the book. Okay. Appearing on its on its own page if the book was out of pages. Okay. The spell appears in a cipher that is understandable only to you or someone casting identify or scribe spell. Interesting. And if the book was blank before describing, that book is now your spellbook. Okay. Implications that are interesting. Um, Very, very complicated. But okay. That seems to be the end of that trail. Very complicated, but I can see path over there. Interesting. Just kind of predicting that, but okay. So you can modify a spell, then create a new spell, which then means you can put in your spell book. But then you have to immediately describe a spell. Very convoluted, but interesting. But yeah, definitely convoluted. Also, that's a problem. Sounds like some downtime BS to me. Lol. Yeah, it's like I'm just doing this. Don't worry about it. Yes, it's cropped wrong. Quite. Yeah, it's like so much for like the whole like tip the. Wait a minute. That's not an issue with my end. Hold on, what's that? Oh, I'm confused. That's weird. It's an issue with freaking Spotify. That's annoying. Whatever. Okay, where were we? Right, Eldritch Blast. Blast action 120 feet. A beam of crack introduced. Okay, same thing. Okay, so I guess this wording is just changed from the before. It was like. Passes that out. How was it in the past? No, I just didn't have a tell before. I wonder if this is their way of trying to make wizards learning new spells a little more codified and tied to a specific thing, the way they seem to be doing other stuff. Yeah, I wonder if that might be what they're doing here. Yeah, that makes sense. It's looking odd. The spell creates more than one beam when you reach higher levels of warlock levels. Yeah, 2 beams fits. Yeah, basically nothing's changed. You're happy with warlock. Hex. Warlock. So is it not available to Wizard Sorcerer then? Because it says Warlock, it's not Arcane. Huh. But then why is it not? I'm confused. I feel like a lot of time players who do Wizard often forget that Wizards can learn new spells at pretty much any time if they have the funds for it. Yeah. Yeah. Bonus action 90 feet, contact after 1 hour. Yeah. You place a curse on a creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, you can deal extra 1 to the target when you hit with an attack roll. You can also deal this extra damage. You can deal this extra damage only once per turn. Okay, interesting. Also choose one of. Also, the whole using a spell slot for it and reducing the cost of if you have it prepped is probably also to encourage wizards learning to learn new spells. Well, I to me that feels more like a creating another spell book and like selling it, almost kind of thing, or like creating a spell scrolls or something. Because like, if you're already prepared, it means it's already in your spell book. So I would assume. I assume you have to be prepared. You have to be in your spell book, like it's always been. So, but with a little prepared thing that is, but yeah. I think they're probably trying to make it less ambiguous because before it seemed a little ambiguous. Not really, but I assume those create spell, modify spell, and script and scribes will all be automatic what it's supposed to get. No one can take. They keep saying they are trying to make each species and class the most iconic and beefed up version of them, like making dwarves the dwarfiest dwarves and rogues the roguiest rogues. I mean, if rogue means you're being trash, but like, no, this rogue just did not fare well. Did not get much from One D&D. I mean, moving points per turn. Also, choose one of the 6 abilities whenever you cast a spell. Try this event on ability checks made with the chosen ability. Start just 0 points before the spell ends. You use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to curse a new creature. A move curse spell cast on the target ends the spell early. At higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell level 3rd or 4th level, you can maintain control on the spell for up to 8 hours, and the extra damage increases to 2d6. So it's you can do 2d6 right, because with Warlock you're gonna upcast it, and so at high levels it's gonna be dealing more damage, and so it's gonna be naturally upscaling. Then we see for the 5th spell slot, it's 24 hours and it's 3d6 extra damage. And it's almost, and the whole extra damage is probably why it's only once per turn. Also, it does also make a bit more of a discrepancy between it and Hunter's Mark, which is interesting. Hunter's Mark now has, with ranges at 20th level, you have it's a 1d10, which is cool. Interesting if you see a little more scaling there. If you have like a 1d6 and later becomes 1d8 at like 11th level or something, and then later on it becomes 1d10. Then it's 20th becomes 20, 18th becomes 1d10 because it's no longer the 20th level feature because that flow flare does now. But interesting. Cool. Okay. Memorize spell. You choose one. Also, the one per turn thing doesn't really matter using cantrips. If you're like using like Eldritch Blast, actually, well, no, with Eldritch Blast, it's multiple targets, but like a Firebolt or something wouldn't really matter. Granted, why are you using Firebolt? Oh well, to get more damage, I guess. Yeah, but well, it's not more damage though. It's the same amount of damage. It just doesn't matter. With more damage, it doesn't matter. There's no difference really. It's just damage type difference. When you cast this, yeah, we're about that. Memorize spell. You choose one spell. So 3rd level divination spell, ritual, wizard, faster than 1 minute, range, self, visual. Yes, visual. Verbal, somatic, and material with your spellbook. Instantaneous. You choose one spell from your spellbook that you don't have prepared, and you choose another spell you do have prepared. The unprepared spell will be placed the prepared spell on your list of prepared spells. It doesn't last until you cast a memory spell again or finish a long rest. That's so fucking weird. When a spell using spell level 4th level or higher, you can replace an additional prepared spell with an unprepared spell for each level slot, but for 3rd. So basically, oh, I need this spell. I can now cast this spell to then give myself access to this spell by expending a 3rd level spell slot. I understand it. I understand why it exists. It just seems kind of weird. It's like, yes, I need this spell right now. Okay, I'll burn the 3rd level spell to have spell right now. Sure, whatever. I guess. Fine. I don't really care, but my spell through that. Pact Familiar. Back to the chain. Conjuration cantrip. Warlock. Casting them 1 hour, range 10 feet, verbal somatic, duration instantaneous. Is this just brain? Is this just Find Familiar but modified the way they modify it for Back the Chain? You summon another entity to serve you. It manifests in an unoccupied space of your choice within range. This creature uses this Pact Familiar stat block. If you already have a familiar with this spell, that familiar transforms into the new one, but it retains its memories. We don't get a second Pact Familiar. Whenever you cast the spell, choose the familiar type: aberrant, flimp, cool, or not of tentacles. I would have said flimp or gazer, given the other aberration that kind of would make sense as a familiar, not of tentacles. But I guess porn, or your soundless, but celestial, owl, raven, or other bird. Okay, yeah, I mean, makes sense with celestial. There's not really anything else you're going to do. Dragon, super dragon, or similar dragonet, so like fairy dragon, I guess. Fae, picks your sprite. Fiend, imp, or quasit, or undead, shadow, or skull. I think shadow, I think of the creature, which is doing medium. I assume it's still tiny. It's like a tiny shadow. But it's a little bit like Flame School kind of thing. This choice affects the familiar's default appearance as noted in the parentheses, and it determines turn traits in its stat block. Resistances, possibly? I don't know. You can alter the details of the creature's appearance each time you summon. I'm going to quickly open up the other five familiars so we can just kind of compare and contrast. For here, it is present in the Druid and Paladin one. So, boom, and then Control F, find familiar. Boom, boom. Okay. What was that block? All right. Combat. The familiar is an ally to you and your companions and obeys you in combat. It shares your initiative count, but it takes turns. Its turns immediately after yours. On its turn, the familiar takes the dodge action and uses it to move to avoid danger, unless you use your action to come out to attack instead. Interesting again, it's like dodge or attack. You got no other options. It's like I feel like you could probably come out and do something else. Don't attack, but like kind of interesting. Like, come out to attack. Like, that's the only option. Odd, but disappearance of the familiar. The familiar disappears if it drops to 0 hit points. If you dismiss it as a bonus action, or if you die. When it disappears, it leaves behind anything it was wearing or carrying. If you cast the spell again, you decide whether you summon the familiar that spirit or a different one. Remote viewing. As a magic action, you can see what the familiar sees and hear what it hears until the end of your next turn. Cantrip upgrade. Starting when you reach 5th level as a warlock, you can communicate telepathically with your familiar as long as you are on the same plane of existence. Additionally, while by seeing through your familiar sentence, you can also speak through your familiar in your own voice. So like Investment of the Chain Master, basically. Okay. Wrong thing. Titan Aberration, Celestial, Dragon, Fae, Fiend, or Undead, Kuzman cast built, any alignment. Templates for spellcasting ability modifier, natural armor. Okay, so so we've got right because there's land. Okay, so right because the spell level is different. So theoretically, you could have a higher AC that other will be familiar, but also this dawned on me like with this familiar, and just because it lasts forever, basically until it dies. Which if it were to dodge 0 points, it has this, and so like it kind of disappears for a time period. Then after 1 hour, maybe for 1 hour, until someone then it reappears in its space in your space. So like, it kind of you can prevent it from dying. And so like you could just cast it on a 9th level spell slot to give it the ginormous AC, to give it the AC of. Well, if you do land, you would have 12 plus 9. So what's the Spock's having a fun time, ain't it? Annoying. That wasn't far enough over. That line tripped me up. I'm good enough. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. 21 if you land, or 19 if you're not land. So interesting. This is max of 15. So, 5 plus your work level. Somebody has a number of hits equal to a d4 equal to your work level. So at 20 to 25. Here, if you were to cast at 9, it'd be 9 times 2, 18 plus 2, 20. So here you get better HP. Speed 40 foot walking speed, 40 foot fly, hover. Cool. It's better movement speed, straight up. Kind of an option of climb or swim, but like if you fly, you don't care that much. I mean, maybe both swimming, maybe, but I imagine if like, you're playing a sea elf and a sea elf or some sort of or trying another like aquatic creature in a aquatic setting, you could probably talk to your DM and probably have it be some sort of aquatic creature that can be in the water and swim around like maybe like some sort of, I don't know, fish. I don't know, whatever it might be. But Eldritch Bond. You have add your bonus to any ability check or saving throw that the familiar makes. Okay. Also, for the high con that was here. I know. I'll go through them. Saying the immediate charming exhaustion. Interesting. Drive 120 feet. Different top up to 120 feet. Only being you in the familiar. Because you're yeah, okay. Eldritch Strike. Your spell attack modifier to hit, reach 5 feet. 2 puts half your walk level rounded up, so 12 at most. Damage of the type determined by your future type. Aberration is acid. Interesting, not psychic. It's really aberration associated with psychic. But so this radiant, dragon is fire. Kind of interesting. The dragon ones that you'd have is like Sea Dragon, which does poison damage, does not do fire damage. And then the Fairy Dragon, which also does fire damage. But whatever, it's the typical dragon damage type. So I'm not. Again, I'm not talking to DM. We could probably have it lightning or something. But Fey Psychic. Okay, so they made Fey Psychic instead of Aberration Psychic. So they want to double up. So that's why Aberration's acid and Fey Psychic. Okay. Oh yeah, and Flume is also acid damage, not psychic damage. So. Makes sense, understandable. Also, tentacles can be more associated with acids and psychic. If it's a geyser, not so much true, but Venus Poison. Bean sucks. And then it's necrotic. Fiend being poison is not good. I would, if for me, I'd kind of want to have Fiend be fire, but then Dragon's not fire. But like, you can make Dragon something else. But Fiend being poison is not good. Poison is not a good damage type. So, like, you really don't want Fiend. Invisibility. The familiar has the invisible condition until the end of your next turn. Okay, so then, cool. Okay. Then this is actual fate escape, which you do not have here. And although damage, I didn't look at damage. 1 plus spells per level, so let's be up to this is better damage. Yeah, and this here does necrotic damage on the Fiend, but here because he had undead did necrotic on undead. I mean, makes sense, but no spell delivery, which is interesting. Very interesting. But so we back in here. Okay. Pack weapon. Tracing arcane sigils in the air. You would conjure a simple or martial melee weapon of your choice. Oh, no, can't concentration can action himself for us. I may have read that, but I did not. Withholding any of the information. Melee weapon of your choice in your outstretched hand, or you create a bond with a magic weapon you touch, so like for magic weapons and stuff, or if you particularly wanted to attach it to a weapon, I guess. When the weapon you conjure or touch must lack the heavy property, and the spell fails if you touch a magic item that is attuned to someone else. For the duration, the weapon grants you the following benefits. Eldritch Warrior. When you attack with the weapon, you can use your spellcasting ability modifier for damage and attack and damage instead of strength or dexterity. Brain. Is that the normal packed weapon thing, or is that the Hexblade thing? I believe that's the Hexblade thing. The Hex Warrior thing that's not put there. Interesting. Preventing you proficiency with a weapon. Yep. We turn about if the weapon has the throw property, the weapon returns to your hand immediately after hitting or missing a target. That's cool. I like that. I like that. We don't have to casting as an action. Like, oh, I throw it at an action. Don't call it back. That's like that. Anyway. The spell ends early if you cast the spell again or die. When it ends, a conjured weapon disappears, or your bond with the magic weapon stops. 4 would just be if it is more than 5 feet away from you for 1 minute or more. Also, specific if you use this feature again. So here it's just if you cast the spell again or die, you can go as far away from it as you want. It won't disappear. Interesting. So I guess means someone else could use it potentially. When you reach the 5th level, you gain extra attack. So they've got Thirsting Blade is now automatically just part of the feature rather than notification you have to take. So the attack feature for the conjured, you have to attack for the feature for the conjured or weapon only. With that feature, you can attack twice with the weapon instead of once when you take the attack action on your turn. Okay, that's what we went through. So that's cool. They've taken they took basically investment of the Chain Master and attached it to the pack boom when you got a high level, and they attached Thirsting Blade onto pack the blade, and then they attached the ritual casting one onto Book of the Shadows. Book of the Shadows is kind of rough. Like, I guess you can do it earlier. Oh wait, did Book of the Shadows have something else later on? I forget. Did you? Agony Blast, 5th level, basically. Okay, no, I just forgot about that. The Sorcerer's Blessed. Right, yes. Cantrip, 120 feet. Action, something that's close. So far it's like Firebolt. Available to you cast Sorcerer's Energy cast or something, whatever, at one creature or object within range. It's kind of weird wording to me. Seems like weird wording to me. Probably some words used to be wording they normally like you launch or along those lines, or you create a sorcerer centering and launch it or something like that. Make a ranged attack roll against the target on a hit. The target takes 1d6 damage. If you roll a 6 on a d6 for the spell, because the damage increases over here. D6 over there. You can roll another d6 and add it to the damage. Whenever you cast a spell, the maximum number of d6s you can add to the spell's damage equals your spellcasting ability modifier. You can add, so on top of what you normally would have. I assume you choose a damage type of acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or psychic or thunder damage. If you had a way to re-roll your damage, your dice would be really good. Like a savage attacker, but for a cantrip. Is there that might I feel like that's a source justification. Again, why are some of them like cut off of that? The other ones are stupid, freaking dumb Spotify. Interesting. I like this. It's interesting. It's kind of chaos, but like, yeah, I like it. It's cool. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of like is it Overchannel? No, it's not Overchannel. Overchannel is the necrotic damage one. It's wait, is it the? No, it is Wild Magic Sorcerer. What is it? It's the final. It's the 18th level feature one. That where you can roll a d6, you do more damage. You roll extra dice, I think. Right? I think that's what it is. I think it's called though. It's kind of like that, but for cantrip. Cool. I like it. Very interesting. I like it, and I like it. What's the maximum damage with this thing potentially? I mean, you could do up to +5. Unlikely, obviously, but 9d6. That's an average of, well, it'll be 4 times 7 is. Brain, hello. 4 times 7 is 28. Plus an extra 3, so like 31 damage on average if you max it out. But generally, they're often not gonna hit that most of the time. So generally, the average would be about 14, unless you roll again. But interesting to actually calculations of that for the actual average damage of it and how it compares to things like Firebolt. If it is actually worth casting a spell for Firebolt, apart from like different damage types, if you find something that's immune to fire damage, because like building that just throw out thunder damage is pretty nice. Like, oh, and if it's the one spot time when they actually are resistant to thunder, they're I doubt they're resistant to all of them. They're present there. Well, That might not be true. Like, I'm curiosity. Out of curiosity, no, not you. That's not the type I wanted. I want monsters, but not from D&D Beyond. I want more filter options. You, excuse me, no free advertisements. We want not you. Like I said before, no free advertisements. Get away! Get away! Thank you. Okay. Over here, and then down here we want. Oops, I scrolled too aggressively. Want and acid, cold, fire, lightning. I was going fire, lightning, poison, psychic, thunder. Element acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder. So the elemental damage types plus poison and psychic. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, poison, and psychic. Yes. Okay. Nothing. Yeah. So you immunity wise you can cover everything. Resistance wise, let's just clear that. Acid, cold, fire, poison, thunder, lightning, psychic. Really weird order, but it worked. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're basically nothing from resisting or being immune to any of your damage types. So, granted, if you're running elemental depth, it doesn't really matter anyway. But sorcerer's versatility. Third level aberration. Sorcerer spell. Action. Self. Instantaneous. You draw in your innate mat to fill yourself with vitality. Interesting. Equal to 2d6 poison spellcasting ability modifier, and if you have one of the following conditions, you end the money blindly, deafened, or poisoned. Okay, the conditions aren't a big deal. I mean, like, yeah, not that big of a deal. They're lesser restoration minus paralysis. It's the three least significant and stunned. It's the three least significant of the lesser restoration conditions. Then 2d6, so like it is straight up just less healing than we get from a cure wounds, because third level cure wounds is 3d8 plus your spell modifier, so it's just one less die, the die type. So it's well, here you're dealing with an average of, let's say you have +5 for spell modifier, you're dealing with an average of 12 versus an average of 3d8 would be an average of a non-functional brain. 9 plus 4 would be 13 plus 5 is 18, so yeah, 18 versus 12. Great help for this as well, so I mean, okay, sure. Sorceress Incarnate, 5th level transformation spell, sorcerer bonus action. Interesting. The matter with any blooms, I thought I was looking ahead, I thought it said booms, but no. Transforming you into a glimmering being of magical energy for the duration. You gain 1d4 sorcerer points, interesting. Until the spell ends, you also gain the following benefits. You can use up to 2 of your meta options on each spell you cast, provided, you pay the sorcery point costs. Okay. You have advantage on the attack rolls of for every spell you cast. Interesting. Is that all? That's all. Honestly, for the spell, I thought it would be more than that, but okay. I guess sure. Yeah. I don't play sorcerer, dude. I'm not sure how good that is. We'll be collecting it out by sorcerer, so it's just feats. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we forgot this. Nothing's changed here. Boon of the Middle Expert Mage Group. Use your dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 1 to a maximum of 30. Blink sets. Immediately after you take the attack action or magic action, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. That's cool. Have that in your Horizon Walker Ranger. Well, just you get the 10 feet for each attack, and then you get 30 feet at the end of it. Cool. Or just blade sling, which would get yourself out of harm's way. Granted, if you're mobile, it's not a big deal though. The mobile sucks now, doesn't it? I think mobile sucks now. Energy resistance, expert mage group. Increase your constitution, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 1 to maximum of 30. enemy resistances. You gain resistance to 2 of the following damage types of your choice: acid, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, poison, radiant, psychic, radiant, or thunder. Cool. Interesting. Whenever you finish a long, you can meditate and change those choices. Interesting. Okay. And redirection. When you take damage of a type to which you have a resistance, you can use your reaction to redirect damage of the same type toward another creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself that isn't behind total cover. If you do so, that creature must succeed on Dexterity saving throw. You see, able to ability modifier increased by the feet, or take damage with a 2d6 plus your constitution modifier. Interesting. Imagine combining this with Storm Thrower. It's a lightning damage, thunder damage. 2 of these damage, probably fire, and then 1 other. And then reduct damage as well, because they also have another thing. If you get, do they take damage? I think so. There's something, but it's reaction though. I think both of them are reactions, so you can't stack them, but be a choice. But boon of irresistible offense. Expert word group. Increase your strength or dexterity by 1 to max of 30. Overcome defenses. The bludgeoning, piercing, and side damage you deal always ignores resistance. Okay. Overwhelming strike. When you roll a 20 on a d20 for an attack roll, you can deal extra damage to the target equal to your ability score increased by this feat. Ooh. The attack's damage type is the same as the attack's type. You can use this benefit only once per turn. Okay. Yeah, but come out with elven accuracy and then the vexing ones. Haha. Boon recovery. So anything else. Concussion by 1 minus 20. Last stand. When you would be reduced to 0 hit points, you can drop to 1 hit point instead, and you gain an unarmed equal to half your hit point maximum. Interesting. You can use this benefit once you can't use it in official bonus. Death Defiant. When you take damage while you have 0 hit points, you can make a death saving throw instead of suffering a death saving throw failure. Cool. Okay. Epic boon of speed. Expert word group. Increase your dexterity by 1, score by 1 to max of 30. Keep artists. As a bonus action, you can take the disengage action, which also ends the grappling with strength conditions onto you. Cool. Increase by 30 feet. That is sick. That's something I would definitely take. As somebody who's plays skirmishers and loves so high movement speeds. Though bonus actions a little annoying because I don't use I play monks and rogues, some monks and rangers, so I'm always using my bonus actions. So that's great. Got mobile. So, but if any growlers train, I can't buy. Nope. Bye. That's rather not. Boon. Up in the Night Spirit. After a mage group, increase your dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Score by 1 to max 30. Murderous challenge. While entirely within dim light or darkness, you can give yourself a invisibility condition as a magic action. The condition ends on you immediately after you take an action, bonus action, or a reaction. Okay. Interesting. But they have a lot of other features to do this. Though there is no duration piece on it. It's just taking an action buff for reaction, so it's more for stealth and kind of not being hit kind of thing. But if you take an action, it's not great. But form, while entirely in dim light or darkness, you have resistance to all damage except force, psychic, and radiant. That's cool. What master 4th or higher, and then strength dexterity by 1 amount of 20. Mastery property. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery property of one kind of simple or martial weapon of your choice, provided you are proficient with it. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kind of weapon you chose to another eligible kind. Cool. That's one thing I want to check. Because they had what used to be what my Master did. I can't remember if it was called Master. So the morning is this getting rid of that? 'Cause I don't think so. No. Maybe. Or is it? Hello. Crafter healer. Oh wait. This was an expert, wasn't it? The classes one. Just. Like down here or something, wasn't it? Right. Brain. Weapon training. Yeah. So what was previously weapon master is now called weapon training. Except it's now all martial weapons, not just 4 weapons of your choice. And then we now have this, which takes the name that was, but yeah, don't feature entirely from weapon master, but it takes the name of it. I mean, cool. Okay. Might do it like this. Okay, on to the classes. Why anything right time for the YouTube videos? Because like within the YouTube videos, I'll have chapters and stuff. Because I like all these previous ones I've made them into. I have them uploaded on my YouTube channel, so you can watch them afterwards with chapters and stuff to build them around and see my thoughts on different things. Okay, I'm not gonna look at the updates. I like just going through it. So okay, should put my brain here on this side. Hey, let's right to it. Rage on number of demons. Oh, weapon mastery. Okay, so Barbarian has weapon mastery. Pile of knowledge, which was it previously a third level thing, I think, when in Tasha's, but we also attack. There's no danger sense. Interesting. I like danger sense. It's not there. Me sad. Barbarian subclass at third, of course. Feet at fourth. Attack second fast movement. It's the same. Subclass feature at 6. Yep, because Fearlessly was at 6, but now subclass feature at 6, so all shifted because. Right? No, brain dumb. It's the same as it was before. Feet at 8, Indomitable Might at 9th instead of Brutal. Interesting. Subclass feature at 10th, of course. Brutal 11th now. Oh, and Indomitable Might was previously a 18th level feature. I wonder if that's different. We'll see. Or if it's sod it and make it a 9th level feature. Brutal 11th. Feet at 12th. Persistent rage at 13th. So there's no relentless rage. No, they switched them. So persistent rage was at 15th. Now it's at 13th, and the relentless rage was previously at 11th, but it's now at 15. I wonder if their features are still the effects are still the same, or if the mechanics of them are still the same, or if there's been a name change. So, so if you do 14th, of course, then landed at 15th. I later just already. Feet at 16th. Rage Resurgence at 17th. Interesting. That's completely new. Palette Champion at 18th. Okay. Yep. Feet at 19th. 20th. So, Rages. Not unlimited at 20th. Very interesting. I don't know if it's the same though. Actually, no, it's not. Yeah, no, yes, it is. Rage damage. It's probably still the same. Weapon mastery. Oh, so you choose weapons to have weapon mastery in. I think. Is that right? Or are you choosing? I think you're choosing weapons to have my weapon mastery in. Interesting. Okay. 12, yada yada. Strength, constitution, animal handling, athletics, invitation, nature, perception, survival. It's probably the same. Yep. Some martial weapons, tools, none, light armor, medium armor, and shields. So that's the same. Starting equipment. Full effect, great axe, or battle axe and shield, and 10 GP. Interesting. I guess yeah, because you'd have more. Okay. Hand axe. 4 hand axes, and then 50 GP. So they got rid of the javelins that you get previously. You get 4 hand axes instead of the 6 javelins. Okay. No, wait. You get 4 before. I was thinking 6. Uh, so you don't need. Didn't you need strength and constitution before? No, he didn't. It was his strength. Um, pretty gained if barbarian isn't your initial class. Martial weapons. Why did I close the freaking page on the what was last thing? I assume this is the same. I think. No, you lose proficiency in shields and symbol weapons. I'm curious because so far everything we've encountered has proficiency in symbol weapons. I wonder if Sorcerer and War Wizard will, which would be kind of odd. I mean, it's whatever, but it is some kind of odd. But otherwise, you could bypass some weapons, which we've seen before, but more like weird ways. It's more difficult. Like, basically, you have proficiency in like a try but not a spear. Because like with these subclasses, like you go from wizard to multiclass into artifice to get battlesmith. Not artifice. Artifice to get battlesmith is what we want me to do it. Because you're gonna you miss because you don't get proficiency in spell weapons from multiclassing, but you get proficiency in martial weapons from the subclass though. So, but yeah. And then armor training. No, because armor training is something different. So, but you don't get proficiency in light armor. You just get proficiency in shields, which mean, wait, no, am I dumb? Brian, I think you're being dumb again. Right? Yeah, I don't think barbarians get proficiency in light armor from multiclassing. I'm just being dumb. Let's check. Sure, that's true. Yeah, So there's no percentage of weapons, which everything might have some ones already. So, rage or resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Advantage on the strength throw, some because Brown Thrower they had it before. And then when you make an attack with a weapon or on a strike using strength and deal damage to the target, they seem like they're moving away from the term weapon attack roll. But move towards like just this more complex wording. This more that's less ambiguous and requires you normally a term. Damage the target. Will be making it makes it a little easier to just pick up and know what it means. You gain a bonus to the damage that increases as you gain levels as barbarian. Yeah, on the table. You can't maintain concentration. And you can't cast spells. The rage lasts until the end of your next turn, and it ends if you don heavy armor or have the incapacity to get this condition. So it's not if you're incapacitated, not if you're not unconscious. It also knows if you don heavy armor. If your rage is still active on the end of your if your rage is still active on your next turn, you can extend the rage for another round by doing one or more of the following. Interesting. So okay, make an attack roll against an enemy, force an enemy to make a saving throw, or take a bonus action to extend your rage. That's interesting. So rather than saying, it ends if you don't make an attack roll in the future, or force an enemy to take a saving throw or take damage, it's now it continues its duration when you make an attack roll, force an enemy to make a saving throw, or take a bonus action to continue it. So interesting, it gets rid of the PC where if you take damage, which I mean makes sense because you kind of abuse it because you still damage yourself, but like, I like the change. I think the way they changed there, I kind of like I like the feel of that. Of like, okay, how do I keep it going, kind of thing. Each time the rage is extended, it lasts until the end of your next turn. You can maintain a rage for up to 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, so it's not 10 minutes, not 1 minute. Okay, you enter the rage. The number of times you go to turn the bar. Yeah. When you finish a long rest. That's the same, correct? Yeah, the same. On our defense, temp plus 6 fire. You can still use a shield. Imagine your training with weapons allows you to use this mastery property of 2 kinds of simple or martial melee weapons of your choice. Just melee. Interesting. Your choice such as great axes and hand axes. Missing if you it's basically like if you don't, it's kind of helping you along. Like, it's making a recommendation for you. Great axes and hand axes. Yeah, if you chose battle axes, your front weapon, you probably just battle axes and hand axes. But whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and choose the kinds of melee weapons you choose, so you can change them. Interesting. What's a long list? When you you can easily change them. That's probably more I'm saying. I kind of made it. Kind of assuming you can change them when you leveled up or something, but I honestly really hadn't thought about it. When you reach certain levels if I had thought about it, I would have assumed that it would at least when you change levels. When you reach certain levels in this class, you gain the ability to use mastery properties of more kinds of weapons as shown in the weapon mastery column of the barbarian table. Okay. Problem knowledge. You learn another skill. Yep. First level skill. From the list of skills, you have 2 barbarians at first level. In addition, while your bar rage is active, you can channel primal power when you attempt certain tasks. When you make an ability check using one of the following skills, you can make it as a strength check, even if it normally would use a different ability. Acrobatics, intimidation, perception. That's weird. Stealth. That's also kind of weird. And survival. Also weird. When you use this ability, your strength represents primal power coursing through around you. Cool, but also like doesn't. To me, it's like a lot of sense. Like perception, I can kind of understand stealth, but survival, weird. Intimidation and acrobatics, yeah, okay. Acrobatics with strength is basically athletics. Intimidation, I think intimidation using strength for intimidation just makes sense. So yeah, all that. With attack, you can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with fierce desperation. When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on attack rolls using strength during this turn, but attackers against you have disadvantage until the start of your next turn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, same. Of course, there's no longer dangerous, is no longer present. Barbarian subclass, yada yada yada, and the berserker. Yep. Feet, ability for improvement or defeat your choice. Extra attack, yep. Fast movement, yep. Same thing. Fair instinct. Your instincts are so high that you have advantage dexterity on both on individual and dexterity skills. Okay, so they moved dangerous down into feral instinct instead, and it got really piece that when if you're survived, you can. It's surprised you can at the beginning of your turn and are incapacitated. You can act in the turn, but only if you enter your rage before you doing anything else on that turn. So, okay, they made this part of feral instinct, made it less they made it more generalistic, and then, yeah, and got rid of they've really been moving because also the surprise you can't be surprised it was also no longer present in the alert feat, which is interesting. So they're moving away from that. How odd. You gain the ability to score improve it. No, it might. If your total for a strength check is less than your strength score, you can use a score in place of the total. It is exactly the same then. Well, essentially exactly the same. The word might be a little different. No, wording's back the same. Beyond the fact that there's no beginning at 18th level pace. Cool. A lot of which I mean makes sense. When you think about like the real talent of rogue, it makes some sense. Also like strength things aren't. It's like athletics or any of these. Interesting. And then when you do make like just shape strength checks on occasion. Okay. Host feature, brutal critical. When you use critical with a weapon or on using strength, the target takes an extra damage equal to your barbarian level. Oh. Okay. That is better. The damage is the same type dealt by the weapon or strike. It is now strength, not a melee attack. So we're with a thrown weapon. But it won't work with like a dexterity based weapon. If you're a barbarian, you're not using dexterity based weapons anyway. So, persistent rage. Your rage is so fierce that it now lasts for 10 minutes without you needing to do anything to extend it from round to round. The range still ends if you are incapacitated, if you have the incapacity condition, or don heavy armor. Okay. That is the same as earlier now. It's at 13th and 15th. So they did just switch relentless rage and persistent rage. Makes sense. I agree with that decision. Your rage can keep you fighting despite grievous runes. If you drop to 0 hit points while your rage is active and don't die outright, you can make a DC 10 constant saving throw. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to your barbarian level. Okay. Each time you use this feature, so that feature is better. And okay, I like that. Each time you use this feature, because it means like you're not being knocked down immediately afterwards. You use the feature, the DC increases by 5, and when you finish a short rest for long, the DC resets to 10. Yep. Okay, I'll have the change. It's better now. Good. Feat, range. When you roll initiative, you regain one expended use of rage. So okay, because the duration, how long? Because rage has a duration of 10 minutes. No combat is pretty much no combat will last more than 10 minutes. As such, that is essentially infinite rage for combat. Outside of combat, you're semi-limited by the number you'd have, the 6. So, while you do not have a limited rage, you might as well have an unlimited rage. So, you did some impressive thing with President and Druid, where like you might have limited, but you don't actually have limited of the usage. Because Druid is wild shape, not rage, but Paladin Champion. Your strength and constitution scores increased by 2 and their math of 22? Ew. I don't understand why, because it's no longer the 20 one, but... Ew. Invisible object or yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Your constitution score that increases by 2 and its math is now 30. Okay. I guess I understand this from the point of time of like, okay, at 18th, so you get it at 2 levels earlier, you get a +2, and then now at 20th, you can then get a Paladin Champion, normally Paladin Champion, by increasing one of them. Might not really though, because you're still missing 2 in one of them. You're still not getting a +4 and a +2. I mean, I'm fine with that, I guess. But okay, Path of Berserker. Frenzy. You can go into Frenzy 1 in battle. If you use weapon attack while your rage is active, you deal extra damage to the first target you hit on your turn with a strength-based attack. To determine the extra damage, roll a d6, a number of d6 equal to your rage damage bonus, and add them together. That's a lot of damage. That's an average. With an average of 12. Actually, average of 12 at high levels, right? +4. Yeah, high levels average of 12. That's not that much. Earlier on, it's average of 7. In the middle, it's average of 10. So it's not that great, but I mean, it's not as good as Mother Minutes for was to it, but it's still definitely good. And also no exhaustion either. So before was when you choose this path for the level, you can go to frenzy when you rage. If you do so for the duration of your rage, you can make you make an extra attack bonus after each of your turns while raging, but you get exhaustion afterwards. Yeah, that's cool. Not that. I wish I had that on the one Berserker Barbarian I played. Milestone rage. You have immediately the charm and frightened conditions while your rage is active. You are charmed and frightened when you enter your rage. The creature ends from you. Okay, so it's not suspended. It's actually ended. Okay. Retaliation. When you take the damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your action to make one melee attack against that creature using a weapon or an unarmed strike. So intimidating presence and retaliation are switched. Interesting. Yeah, there's no difference. But then they put intimidating presence now at 14th instead of 10th. As an action, you can strike terror into others with your menacing presence. As you swell with primal power, when you do so, each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you or 60 feet of you, if your rage is active, interesting, must make a wisdom saving throw to see plus your strength, plus your strength modifier, provided the creature isn't behind total cover. Okay, it's strength because the whole like thing they had earlier on with, you're now using while you're raging you can use strength instead of charisma. Oh, I'm gonna use after rage, but never mind then. Provided it just makes sense. Provided the creature is it normally that way normally? No, normally it's charisma. Well, originally it was charisma. Well, in 5 years charisma. There we go. I felt that a creature that has a frightened condition for a woman. At the end of each of the frightened creature's turns, the creature repeats the saving throw. And it's on itself on a success. You can actually find someone with your menacing presence. When you do so, choose one creature you can choose within 30 feet of you. I also did not pay attention to the targeting piece of this. If you have your choice, so multiple targets versus one target. 60 feet while raging. Strength instead of charisma saving throw. And it's frightened for a minute instead of frightened for until the end of your next turn. In the middle extend the duration of the frightened condition by using your action. And then once you use this feature, you can't use the infinite until long rest. If you run out of uses of the feature, you can expend one use of your rage, choosing not to activate the rage, and instead activate resistance instead. Okay. Okay, cool. Before it's blocked by a successful save, if the creature succeeds on the save throw, you can't use this feature on that creature until again for 24 hours. So this is way better. So okay, cool. Overall, I think I'm saying I like Change. I think overall, barbarian. Okay, fighter. Flying style, segment, and weapon mastery. So I'll say weapon mastery. More weapons you have to put mastery with. Ooh, second one of a number. It's a new column. And second one is not something sentinel. Action surge at second level. Fighter subclass at third, of course. Feet at fourth, of course. Fifth is attack and feet. Because 6 is now a subclass, so that's why it's okay. That's what they changed there. 70 the weapon expert. I assume something they were talking about earlier. If he 8th, of course. Indomitable 9th, it's not the same. 10th is subclass feature. 11th is 2 extra attacks. Yeah, same as before, different wording. Feet 12th, which is before. 30th is weapon adept. So 30th instead. Doesn't say downable, chooses of downable, but Dawn might have chooses built into it, scaling built into it itself. So, weapon adept, 14th subclass feature. Okay. 14th before was ability score improvement, which is now at 15th instead with improved action surge. Interesting. Feat at 16th, unconquerable at 17th, which is new, and this is an indomitable thing. Which is since not really new. 3 attacks at 18th instead of 20th, of course. And then feet open. Okay. Second wind. Okay, before short or long rest. Here now you have a scaling. Maybe probably once for long rest, though, I assume. Because it says 2 for level 1. Let's see if that's true. Oh, well, okay. That's 1d10. Change the Constitution. Acrobatics. Animal handling. Acrobatics, animal handling, athletics, history, insight, intimidation, adding persuasion, perception, and survival. So the added persuasion. Simple martial weapons, no tools, light armor, medium armor, all armor. Then, okay, chainmail. You automatically get chainmail. Whether you chainmail, leather armor. Before you get chainmail or leather armor, longbow, and 20 arrows. I prefer the old one so far. Then second one is a martial weapon and a shield or 2 martial weapons. Here we have 20 crossbow bolts, a great sword, or a long sword and a shield. I hate how they're forcing you down a pathway. I do not like that at all. I like one thing I like about fight like more diverse. Like you can have an archer. I guess you can play a ranger, and that's why they're not doing that. But then is arcane archer now a ranger subclass? Granted, archers wearing chainmails during the last year. It's just a steer that's doing it. Preston. Specifically, archers in fantasy wear like light armor. That doesn't mean that that would not necessarily be the case though. And also, but then I have the choice of a light crossbow, 20 bullets, or 2 hand axes. And that doesn't have your ordinance pack. So you are forced into a Dungeon Pact. You are forced into chainmail. You're forced into a crossbow, and then you forced into using a sword. Why? It's like you have to fit into the mold. Into the mold you go. I'm like, why? Why? There's no need for that. Hey, get 11 GP though. Like you care? I mean, you probably do a little bit. Like you could banana open as you're doing your rapier, and you can't. Also, hold on. They're forcing you to have a strength of 13 or higher because chainmail. I guess you could go with 175 GP instead and spend that like on light armor. And I guess you're doing an archer that way. I guess you just go with 175 GP and spend it on light armor, or I guess you might as well spend the 45 on solo armor. You can still have 103 remaining to spend on a longbow and a rapier or whatever. So I guess you might as well just do that. Yeah, so I guess and then so I guess you're doing archer. You just do the GP method instead. So that makes an improvement. Minimum 30 in strength or dexterity. That's the same. Martial weapons, and then light armor, medium armor, and shields. I believe that is the same. Yep. Well, no simple weapons, but yeah. Final style. You have either defense or one of the final style first. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Interesting defense. Saying wind. You have the limited well of stamina that you can draw on to recover from harm. About the bonus action, you can regain hit points equal to 1 plus survival level. Yep. Same thing, but except it's twice for long rest, and then more uses on the fire table instead of once for long rest. Okay. Or mastery. Your training with weapons allows you to choose the mastery property of 3 kinds of simple martial weapons of your choice. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change the kinds of weapons you choose. Let me finish a long rest. When you reach certain fire levels, you gain the ability to use the mastery properties of more kinds of weapons, as shown in the weapon mastery column of the fire table. Yeah. Actors, you can push yourself. Ooh, I like this change. You can push yourself beyond your normal limits for a moment. On your turn, you can take one action chosen from the following action options: attack, dash, disengage, or dodge. A lot of people will not let. I do. No more casting multiple fireballs. Frick you. Or whatever you're gonna be doing with that. Like, no more double casting spells. I'm glad that's out of here. I am glad that it's gone. No, there's anything else you can't do that change. I mean, the magic axe is the obvious one, but yeah, I think, but like, I don't really care. You don't really care about the other things like search, study, to new action, hide. One thing to this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you can use it again. Yeah. So far, no evidence of having more uses later on. Part subclass, oh like champion, expected. Ash attack. No feature. Weapon expert. You've honed your use of weapons to an art. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose one of the kinds of mastery weapons you're using. So one of the weapons you have mastery in, I assume is what we're talking about. And replace this mastery property with another mastery property. They mentioned this earlier. So the whole progression piece is sad. So like you have to have that process. Okay. So the chosen kind of weapon must qualify for the new weapon property. For example, longsword slash probably with the push property. This property must apply. This property chain applies only for you, not for others, and the chain ends for you when you finish your next long rest. Yeah. So like, let's say using great sword. Rather than having graze, you could choose to have cleave. You could have push. You could have slow, or you could have topple. So with a long sword, you could do gun flex. You could have push, slow, or topple. Okay. Longbow would be so push. I think I'm gonna slow, right? Yeah. So you could instead of just push, you could or topple or vex. You could push, topple, or vex instead. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see doing vex. Like, if it's like an elf kind of thing. If you have like your arcane archer vex on your thing, again, mention the whole idea of doing. Let's do 4 down. Melvin accuracy, but yeah, so Donald, if you fail to say that you can re-roll it with a bonus equal to your final level. Cool. If you do so, you must use the new roll, and you can't use this feature again until you finish the longs. This is actually good now. Before it's like a bad version of Diamond Soul. Like Diamond Soul was just better on all every single way. Diamond Soul being you get proficient in all saving throws, then you spend 1 key point to re-roll a saving throw. Before the reroll, you can reroll save throw that you fail. If you do so, you must use the new roll, and you can't use this feature again until you finish the long rest. This is still once per long rest, and doesn't show here a place where you have more usages of it. Needed the class table, but you do get most of your final level, so that's definitely nice. So it doesn't say. No, it does say you must use the new roll, but like you add your final level, like you roll a 1, and like you're even at 9th level, it's a 10. I mean, that's not great, but like it's like guaranteed 10. It's kind of like it's similar to like it's like the same version of Lava Talent, which Wait, just for some reason, telling me that Llama Talent now works with saving throws. Which I don't think that's the case, but it seems kind of. Is it true? No, yeah. I don't know. I had more into that. Okay. Indomitable. Yep. Same thing. Weapon Adept. You are a master of weapons. When you use your weapon accurate feature on a kind of weapon, you can give that kind of weapon 2 properties rather than 1. Ooh. But you then use only 1 property at a time. Sag, I can't do. Push and topple. When you, which is fun, but when you use but you then use only 1 at a time whenever you take the attack action roll, make an attack roll against the target with that kind of weapon. You decide which of the 2 properties applies to the attack. Use them before the attack hits or misses. Well, you could apply the push and topple probably to the longsword, and whenever you hit with a target with a longsword, you can decide which of the properties. Okay, so like, you can use with a longbow, you can use Vex and then push, or Vex and then slow. Okay, that's cool. Or what the one you could do? Was it just slow and push? Vex slow push? It might have been. But that's cool. Or you could topple. I mean, if you can't do Vex, you do topple and then something else. Give us a But the idea of getting yourself a advantage on an attack roll, on the next attack roll. Both those. Let's feature improved action surge. You can now use actors twice before a rest, but no more than once per turn. So yeah, so it moves that moved from 17th to 15th. Okay, cool. Feat again, unconquerable. When you're in great peril, you can tap into a deep well of resilience within yourself. If you fail a saving throw and your indomitable feature is expended, you can use it again by expending a use of your second wind feature, which also heals you. Oh, that's cool. Okay, it's not like you just spend like you're just burning a second wind. You're burning it and you say stuff. Like, that's cool. Okay. Yeah. They're definitely building fight into more of a tank than before, because more users of second wind. We've got this here. Automatically, you're forced into chain mail. The first what they're offering is the standard final is defense. They really are kind of pushing fire into more defensive, which is interesting. I typically do not think of fire as defensive necessarily. I mean, the paladin I do is just a tank kind of defense wall kind of thing. I don't seem to be fair in that way, but maybe just me. 3 attacks, 18th course, epic boon, choose strength or dexterity. Interesting, you can't choose constitution. This increases by 2, and its max is now 30. You get the epic boon of recovery or another insurance. Okay. Champion. Okay. Adaptable victor. You study your friends and foes alike and learn that victory relies on adaptability. Oh, okay. Whatever you say. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can gain proficiency in 1 skill from those available to this class at first level. As you remind yourself of the past lessons, this proficiency lasts until the end of your next long rest. This feels kind of like Battlemaster in a way. Like, this is kind of Battlemaster kind of vibes. I'm kind of worried about what they might do if Battlemaster might kind of fade out of existence with the whole Master thing. So I really hope not, but it is kind of like the primal knowledge of barbarian, kind of, but sure, fine, whatever. Proof cool. Yep. With weapons and armor effects, can scroll on a roll of 19 or 20. Yeah, nothing's changed there. I was like looking at wording because before it's worded as weapon attacks, now it's weapon, because it's the whole I mentioned earlier, the whole change, moving away from the wording of weapon attacks, which does they're trying to make it clear that it includes unarmed strikes. It did before. They just making it clear. Additional fighting style, earlier level. Yeah, you're getting it at 6 instead of 10. Heroic Warrior. The thrill of battle drives you toward victory. Once per combat, you can give yourself a heroic advantage if you start your turn without it. Okay. Huh. Superior critical. Your attack rolls with weapon attacks and armed strikes can now score crit on a roll of 18-20. So that is no long. Yeah, that's it. No, 10 is a 15th, which is to be expected. And Survivor. Okay, before Survivor did the following. You attain the pinnacle of resilience in battle. At the start of each of your turns, you regain hit points equal to 5 plus your Constitution modifier. If you have no more than half your hit points left, you don't gain this benefit if you have 0 hit points. Now, you have advantage on death saving throws. Moreover, when you roll 18 through 20 on a death save, you can gain the benefit of rolling a 20. Okay. Heroic Rally. At the start of each of your turns, you regain hit points equal to 5 plus your Constitution modifier if you have no more than half your hit points left. You don't get the benefit if you use your points. Okay, so it did not. I read it first because I was expecting it to change. It did not change. It just added this, so it just got better. So being at a way early level. Maybe hopeful about Vigilant Defender, which is the 18th level feature of the Cavalier. But then again, that's a really good feature. So it's you can make a opportunity attack on every single turn on every turn except on the turn which you use your normal reaction. So, there might. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Sorcerer. La ba da ba da ba day. Fighter. I think I'll let the change as a fighter. I think also challenge is more appealing to me now than would be normally. Mildly more appealing, not a lot, but I mean, I would still probably take Cavalier, but it is more appealing than it would be normally. It was like, for me, it was probably it's like pretty like lackluster. Now, actually, I think it's more alluring. Okay, innate sorcery, and so instead of okay, that's new. Fauna magic. And so meta magic is now at second or third. Because sorcerer is now at third, so okay. Feet at fourth. Sorcerer versatility at vitality. I don't think that's a name change or something in. I don't think that's something present on Tasha's. It feels it is though. I don't know what I'm thinking of. The list feature 6. Arcane Eruption at 7th. Okay, that's new. 8th is feet, of course. 9th, Sorcery Incarnate. Again, that's new. I wonder if these have to do with the spells. We're looking at the sorcery spells that were seen earlier on. So let's feature at 10th, which is previously not present. Fee at 12th, nothing at 11th. Additional medical amendment at 13th. Before that, Medevac at 10th, so it's just later. Subclass feature at 14th, of course, which is still the same. There's no one at 18th. So restoration at 15th. That's moved from 20th down to 15th, which makes sense. 16th is a feat, of course. 17th is nothing. Previously had another meta magic thing. Then a new feature at 18th, feat and boon. Prepared spells. So sorcerer is functioning differently. So before these were the spells were based around your spell slots. Now it's gone. No, this is prepared spells. And that's more spells. That's 1 more, 2 more, 2 more, 3 more, 3 more. 3 more, 2 more. Wait, no, hold on, just one. That's 9. No, that's 8. Hold on. 8 is 3 more. 9 is 4 more. 11th is 3 more. No, 11th brain? 11th is 4 more. 12th is 4 more. 13th is 4 more. 14th is 4 more. 15th is 4 more. 16 is 4 more. 17 is 4 more. 18 is 5 more. 19 is 6 more. 20 is 7 more. So, a lot more spells. Cantrips, I should appear to be the same. 4 and 10, yeah, they're the same. And sorcery points are the same. Okay, I assume this is all the same. Okay, hit points still 1d6. Conscience, charisma, that's the same. Arcana, deception, insight, intimidation, persuasion, religion, that is the same. Proficiency in spell weapons, as I expected. It's now all spell weapons, which kind of hurts. I don't know, it kind of feels mean to druid, but do I mean it mean to druid? I'll kind of feel meaning to like cleric, but whatever. Well, cleric can more easily get martial than personally martial weapons, but whatever. Personal armor still. Okay, strong equipments. So Archivos crystal, interesting. They force into crystal and don't give you a choice. 2 daggers. A dungeon use pack, a spear. That's weird. And 20 GP. So you always the 2 guys are the same. Force and Dungeoneers pack. Forced into a crystal archivocus. Okay, before you get crossbow and 20 bullets or any spell weapon, which I guess could be a spear. Again, just being forced into a spear. You have 50 GP, only 50 GP to spend and stuff. So, must have 39 in charisma, spell slots. Yeah, it's the same. Innate sorcery, an event in your past left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with a simmering magic that is sometimes challenging to control. You always have a sorceress burst and chaos bolt spells prepared. Interesting. Okay, cool. But what was the cantrip? That's just like when that does a d6, then if you roll a d6, you do more an extra d6. Now chaos bolt is one you know already. Spellcasting, I assume this is all the same. They recommend light, message, precipitation, shocking grasp. Before they recommend light, precipitation, ray of frost, and shocking grasp. So message is ray of frost. But beyond that, same. Bananas detect magic. Shield and magic missile before previously. Okay. Right. So choose 2 spells from the arcane spell list. Number of spells increases the sorcery level of the table. Choose an additional spells from the arcane spell list until the number of spells on those matches the number on the table. Which one would you have? Spell slots. For example, if you're a third sorcerer, your list of spells prepared can include 6 arcane spells of 1st% level in any combination. And if another sorcerer's feature, such as innate sorcery, gives you spells that you always have prepared, these spells don't count against it. Okay, they're just saying that here stuff elsewhere. 10-year spells. Whenever you gain a sorcery level, you can replace 1-year spell with another arcane spell for which you have spell slots. Spellcasting ability, charisma, focus, iron focus, other spells and focus. Yeah. Okay. Font of magic. You tap into a deep wellspring of magic within yourself. The wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allow you to create a variety of magical effects. Sorcery points. You have 2 sorcery points, and you regain more of each as you reach, and you gain more as you reach high levels, as shown in the sorcery points column of the sorcerer table. You can never have more sorcery points than shown on the table for your level. That's getting around a exploit. I believe it's because of times with Warlock. I'm not familiar with it. But the thing is, like, I think that's just a Can't app, but not. I can't remember exactly what it is. You can never have because you can convert those block spell slots theoretically into sorcery points, I guess. Something. You can all spend sorcery points when you finish a long rest. You can wait, wrong rest. Okay, monk is short rest, but it's always long rest. You can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points. As described below, you can learn other ways to create your sorcery points and some other sorcery features such as meta magic. Converting a spell slot to sorcery points as a bonus action, you can expend one spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. You can expand one spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to spell slot. Yeah, that's the same. I'm not super familiar with sorcerer, so let's check. As a bonus action, you can transform unexpended sorcery points. It's kind of being cut off there. Into one spell slot. The creating spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level, minimum source level you must to create the slot. When you can create spell slots no higher than in level than 5th. Any spell slot you create with this feature vanishes when you finish a long rest. Okay. It's probably the same. Yeah. The minimum pace is what's different. So second, which is when you get this feature. So it's when you'd have access to those spells. So the level spell slot. It's basically just saying you can't have 5 when you would normally have. You can't gain a 6 when you only have well, you can't gain a 5th if you wouldn't have access to 5th normally. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. That is the same. Okay. Meta magic. Because your magic flows from within you, you can alter your spells to suit your needs. You gain the 3 meta magic options of your choice from the meta magic options section later in this class's description. You can use only one meta magic option on a spell when you cast it, unless otherwise noted. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one of your meta magic options with one you don't know. Okay. So we start with 3. They don't mention gaining other ones later on. Okay. Oh wait, did I mention it over? It did. So the 13th. So in actual fact, you start with 3 rather than starting with 2, and then you gain a 4th one. Rather than getting a 4th one at 17th, you gain one at 13th. Okay, so it is superior. It is better. Draconic sorcery subclass. Also, I want to look at these meta options. Word spell. When you cast a spell that forces other creatures to make a saving throw, you can protect some of the other creatures from the spell's full force. So you spend one sorcery point and choose a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier. Other creature automatically succeeds on the saving throw the spell, and it takes no damage if it would normally take half damage on the successful save. So that's instead of this takes no damage. So okay, if it would normally take half damage, that's a difference. Rather than just taking half damage. Okay. Distant spell. When you cast a spell with a range of at least 5 feet, you can fill a portion to increase the range by a number of feet equals to 30 feet equal to 30 times your source level instead of just double it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can spend 1 sorcery to make a range of spell of 30 feet. That's the same way as before. Yeah. And power spell. When you when you roll down for a spell, you can spend one sorcery point to reroll a damage number of the damage dice up to the modifier. You can do this with the sorcerer burst thing, the little d6 thing. Where you roll if you roll a 6, then you can damage. You can use this power spell even if you have already used a different meta magic option during the casting of the spell. Nothing's changed there. Extended spell. When you cast a spell that has a duration of 1 minute or longer, you can spend one sorcery point to double its duration to a maximum duration of 24 hours. If the fight spell requires concentration, you have advantage on the same throws you make to maintain concentration. Interesting. Yeah, so it adds the space. Cool. Hide the spell. When you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw to resist its effects, you can spend 2 words to give one target of the spell disadvantage on a saving throw against the spell. Only 2 sorcery points instead of 3. Otherwise, it is the same. Quick spell. When you cast a spell that has a cast time of an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to a bonus action for this casting. You can't modify the spell in this way if you've already cast a spell first level higher on the current turn. Yeah. Nor can you cast a spell of first level higher on the turn after modifying the spell in this way. Yeah. Basically covering something that having the Xanathars guide on top of it. Well, it's in the beginning of the Xanathars guide, just current just clarifying rules and stuff. Basically you can't cast 2 spells of first level higher. Is that first level higher or is it just any spell? I can't remember. Yeah, it's first level higher, yeah. Right here. I have both end of actions. 2-minute spells as an action and bonus action term, basically. Before, yeah, they don't make the clarification in the PHP, but that still is prevalent. It just is addressing it here. So, there's no real difference though. Seeing spell. If you make an attack roll for a spell and miss, you can spend 2 sorcery points to reroll d20. You miss reroll. You can use seeing spell even if you have already used a different magic option during the cast of the spell. That is new, entirely, I believe. Oh, wait, no, it's, I recognized it. I just. It's funny hands. Yeah. Well, spell. When you cast the spell, you can spend 1 point to cast without any verbal, somatic, or material components, except material components are consumed by the spell. Except material components that are consumed by the spell. So, yeah, they gave them material components, which they didn't before. Okay. Not a big deal though. Transmuted spell. When you cast a spell that deals a damage type of the following list, you can spend 1 sorcery point to change that damage type to one of the other listed types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder. That appears to be exactly the same. With the whole modify spell thing of wizard, it's like basically the source. It's basically meta magic essentially. Twin spell. When you cast a spell first or 5th level, that you can cast. You also cast on your previous turn. When you cast a spell of 1st to 5th level that you also cast on your previous turn by playing a spell, you can fuel the turn's casting of the spell by spending a number of spells. What? I'm confused. That you also cast when you cast this first. That you also. You can fuel this turn's cast spell by spending. That seems so bad. I mean, I guess it's cheaper than this. It is cheaper because it's 1 instead of 2, 2 instead of 3, 3 instead of 5, 4 instead of 6, and 5 instead of 7, and it's immediate. But like twin spell is trash now. It's like, well, for like, yeah, you definitely take that to like you almost always take unless you really want other ones to like, eh. I mean, it's I think it's healthier for the game, but it's a huge nerf. Um, well, yeah, because you're using your action twice, using 2 actions for it rather than 1 action for 2 spells. So, um, yeah. I think I probably prefer this version though. Okay, back to where we were before. Okay, yeah, Draconic Sorcery. Different name, but that's what I expected to see. Feat, not expected. Vitality. You okay? So you gain the spell and you always have prepared. So it's the spell I saw before. Right, so you 2d6 plus your spell and then you also remove the blind deafened or poison condition on yourself. Arcane feature Arcane Eruption. You get an Arcane Eruption spell, which was like these fancy fireball. Like fireball meets chromatic orb plus additional effects. But improvement again, 8th level. Sort of incarnate. This is a sort of incarnate spell. But it is interesting. They have the whole they have features that are actually spells, or more likely spells are actually features. It's like you gain this feature, but like then rather than having the spell that rather than having the feature that then expands a spell slot to use it, you have a spell that the feature gives you that the feature automatically gives you. I understand it, but at the same time, I'm like, it feels kind of cheap. I don't. I know. I just. Eh. I don't care for it, but whatever. 10th level feature. Yeah, as expected. This is a new feature though. Feat 12th, of course. Three options, and that's what I expected to see. Subclass feature 14th as expected. You gain 4 experience sorcery points whenever when you roll initiative or finish a short rest. That's cool. Is that any different? That is not different at all. No. I thought you got 4 when you rolled initiative. You did not. Now I get it when you roll initiative, and it's also earlier too, by 5 levels. Then improvement, Arcane Apotheosis. Apotheosis. Okay. You are now so suffused with magic that you can alter reality itself. You always have the wish spell prepared, and if you undergo the spell's casting stress, you have no chance of losing the ability to cast a spell. In addition, you can cast wish to replicate a spell first or 8th level without expending the 9th level spell slot. You instead expend a slot of the replicated spell's level. Once you use wish in this way, you can't use. So again, until so you basically gain an additional 1st through 8th level spell slot. You just kind of choose which one you spell and expend it on, essentially. Through this method is what I'm gaining. That's really weird. I really don't care for that. Like, why? What ties sorcerer to wish? Like, I don't. Um. Um. I guess it's wish any spell. What are the requirement for the spell you cast with Wish? When casting Wish? Uh, the basic use of the spell is to get any other spell of eighth level or lower. You don't. So I guess so you're picking access to any spell from any class of first or eighth level. It's like a heal. That's like heal and stuff like that. It's in that list. I mean, granted, we could do that with Wish normally, but sometimes those spells are like trying to do that effect. Oh wait, and also brain you're dumb. You don't gain an additional spell slot. You're just casting any spell. What it's doing is allows you to cast any spell for 8th level once. That's what that's doing. Brain. Oh, he's like, oh, here's a wish. You just have like. This is like the stress casting thing. The stress casting is the spell to produce any effect other than other than being another spell. We can see you. Make a spell until you finish a long rest. You take 1d10 necrotic damage per level of the spell. I mean, okay, I guess it's acceptable. A quick boon to it's charisma, so it's only charisma. That's bleh. Then resistance of energy resistance or the choice. Okay. Already went through matter options. Okay, Draconic history. Draconic resilience. The matter in your body manifests physical traits of your draconic truth. Okay, first of all, let's say pact in here still. Your name matter from the gift of a dragon. Perhaps the ancient dragon. Okay, they removed the word the wording of the pact word that was in there previously. As previously it said. Most often sources of this origin trace their descent back to my source of ancient times who made a bargain with a dragon or who might have claimed a giant parent. Some of these blends are well established in the world, but any given sorcerer could be the first blend as a result. Be the first of a new blend as a result of a pact or some other exceptional circumstance. So, but yeah, the magic in your body manifests physical traits of your draconic gift. You gain your maximum increased by 3 and increased by 1 every time you get a first level. Okay, the increase of 3 is because it's at 3rd level rather than at first level, so that's why that's right there. Parts of you are covered. Also, there's not an average change there. Parts of you are also covered by dragon-like scales. While you aren't wearing heavy armor, your base armor class is 10 plus your extreme armor plus your charisma armor. So it's rather than 13 plus. Okay, it's an armor defense thing rather than a 13 plus your dexterity. I like that. Okay. Dragon speech. You're talking about gifts. Stop fucking messing with the mouse. Your draconic gift causes your speech to be understood by all creatures of the dragon type, and you understand their communication. Interesting. Okay. Understandable. It also means you can't because Yonti no draconic, so you're basically not happy with oh I can go Yonti because my thing with dragons. Y'all also don't have comments, so doesn't matter. Though I guess with Drakelicious, it's not full there, but what the fuck is going on with Spotify? That is not on me. It's on freaking Spotify. Like, what the fuck? Making it scuff. The force messaging to be scuffed. Element Affinity. You drink. Also, hold on. Yeah. Obviously, don't get you'll read. You're not under the read and react talk. But also, you also do not have. You don't. Your previous present isn't double wind with dragons. We could just be dealing with dragons. That's not present anymore, but whatever. I mean, that's cool, but not that big of a deal. Dragon. Your magic has an affinity with one of the damage types associated with the dragons. Choose one of those types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or lightning. You have resistance to the damage type, and when you cast a spell, it does damage of that type. You can add a modifier to one of the damage. Roll down roll the spell. Good. They fixed Elemental Affinity. Yay. Before Elemental Affinity was absolute garbage and it's a dumb feature. Now it works the way it probably should. It should have from the start. So okay, yeah, good. One per turn, when you cast Sorcerous Burst, which is a cantrip, you can so Sorcerous Burst. No, D6 damage. You can excel it in a 15-foot cone rather than something a target within range. To cast the spell in this way, you must choose a damage type associated with the Elemental Affinity feature. Okay, interesting. When you do so, you make a separate attack roll against attack and damage rolls against each target in the spell set cone. Okay, maybe it's like, that's not that great. But then again, it counts an average of like it counts an average of 2 creatures. So like, it's not that big of a deal. If there's like 15 tiny creatures in the area, well, it's unlikely to have 15. I mean, if there's a ton of tiny creatures in the area, that's kind of rough. It's like, oh yeah, break out the bag of D20s. Let's go by the ziploc container of D20s. Just roll the whole thing out. But this is the name conventions they're using. Like yes, yeah. But Storm Mercy also is the same way. Also, Aberrant. These are 3 of the ones that aren't the. This Aberrant Mind, Clockwork Soul, rather than Shadow Sorcery, Storm Sorcery, Wild Magic Sorcery. I guess that works. Divine Sorcery. Oh, yeah, that works too. Itchy nose. Yeah. Dragon Wings. Your innate magic can now manifest as battle draconic wings on your back, while your sorcery incarnate spells have interesting. You spread those wings, gain a flying equal to your speed, and can hover. In addition, at the end of each of your turns, you can flap the wings to unleash magical energy, dealing damage to each creature of your choice within 15 feet of yourself. The damage equals your charisma modifier, and is the damage type of the Elemental Affinity creature. Interesting. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Almost a Verloc. Okay. So. Ooh. That's interesting. Intense with an Orc Charisma. Ooh. I like this. I like where that's going. Yeah. It has been the bucket or something. Like resting on top of the edge of it. Pack Boon. which is moved not first. We've seen they're now cantrips, not a feature. Just, I don't know about that. Spellcasting of Pact Magic. Oh, that's different. They're not the same. I don't think I like that. Well, third level, of course. Evolution Invocation, second, of course. Fourth level, feat. Fifth, Eldritch Invocation. They're just saying it because you gain another one. It's literally a table for the Eldritch Invocations. Why do you need to say the feature? And then, yes, 3. I can tell that. You don't. Whatever. Subclass feature 6. That's normal. 7th. It's dumb. Can't. It's the same string that. Invocation at 9. Feat at 8. Something feature at 10th as usual. Yeah, because those are the Warlock subclass features aren't chain levels at all. Content Patron, that is new. Eldritch Invocation, yay. Why do you need to say that? Complex feature 14th out of feat 16th. Hex Master 18th was different from Eldritch Master. Okay, okay. Then invocations, you have more. Where do you get? So we got 2. Okay. Before you gain one at 5, that's the same. Then you gain one at 7. That's the same. Gain one at 9. That's the same. Gain one at 11. Before it's 12. So they fetch from 12 to 11. And then here you get one at 13. Originally, you don't get one at you don't get 7 until 15. And then you don't get 8. Then you get and you get 8 at 15. Probably you don't get 8 until 18. Then you get 9 at 17. So you do have more invocations. And the first level of that is at 7. No. At 11. Yes, 11 is the first level. We have more. So prepared spells. What's the situation there? Spells known as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, do you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So you have fewer at 6, level 6. 7, 7, lower at. You have fewer at 8. You have 2 fewer at 8th. At 9th you have 1 fewer. At 10th you have 1 fewer. At 11th you have 1 fewer. At 12th you have 1 fewer. At 13th you have 1 fewer. At 14th you have 1 fewer. You have at 15th you have 1 fewer. At 16th you have 1 fewer. At 17th it becomes the same. At 18th it's the same. At 19th the same. 20th. Why is it not just the same? That's just dumb. Like, just keep it the same. Why just have it randomly? What? I whatever. Also, I don't know. I don't think I like this. I like the way the Warlock spells worked. It was fun and different. Now it's boring again. Boring everything else. Whatever. 1d8, that hasn't changed. Wisdom and Charisma, that's still the same. Arcana. Deception, History, Intimidation, Investigation, Nature, and Religion. The same. So weapons, and tools, none. Light armor, and you get medium armor now. Cool. So Arcane is forced into orb, like with sorcery getting forced into arcane focus. That's kind of dumb. Book of occult lore, interesting. 2 daggers. Should we get normally? Other armor. Should we get normally? Scholar's pack, which you're being forced into. Granted, Scholars and Engineers. I just prefer Engineers. Sickle, which you're being forced into instead of any simple one, and you don't get it. Okay, but you lose the option. You have the choice of light crossbow or 20 bolts or any simple one. You're forced into sickle. A component master and arcane folks forced into a orb. Scholar's pack, or dungeon effect forces Scholar's pack, the worst of the two. And then the armor, any simple, and 2 daggers. You hold on. You just get rid of the first option. Like you get a sickle here. You get little armor. You get 2 daggers. That's the final thing you get is little armor, any simple one, and 2 daggers. You just don't get a light crossbow slash any simple one of your choice, and you're forced into sickle. You just lose that thing. What? You get 15 GP, but like a light crossbow costs 25 GP, and the arrows, the bolts that get cost the GP. Just lost 1 GP. It's dumb. So Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma instead of just Charisma. You get light armor and meat armor. Interesting. Instead of getting light armor and super weapons. At half your warlock levels, because you're half caster, right? Because wait a minute. They didn't have Mystic Arcanum. Are they just a half caster now? Do they just no longer get 6th through 9th level spells? What the fuck kind of bullshit is this? Is that really what it's saying? Do you really not get 5th or 6th? Not 5th. 6th or 9th level spells? The fuck? Pack Boon, you have formed a pact with an otherworldly entity that has bestowed magic powers upon you. You always have the Eldritch Blast and Hex spells prepared. Okay, interesting. And you choose one of the following pact boons: Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Chain, or Pact of the Tome, each of which is detailed below. You determine the identity of the entity and choose its plane of existence, such as Feywild, Shadowfell, or an outer plane. Each boon gives you a choice for the spellcasting ability used by your spellcasting feature, and it gives you a pack spells. Path of the Wisdom of Charisma, okay. Path of the Chain Intelligence of Charisma. Path of the Tome Intelligence of Wisdom. Interesting. Okay. I guess, sure. Spellcasting. Delving into Eldritch secrets, you learned how to cast spells. See the spell blah 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 blah. Cantrips. You know 2 cantrips of your choice from the arcane spell list. Rather than choosing, you may start with Chill Touch and Precipitation. Whenever you gain a warlock level, you can replace one of your cantrips with another arcane cantrip of your choice. When you're 4th, 5th, 10th, yada yada yada. Plus, both spells table shows how many spell slots you have to cast spells of the 1st level and higher. To cast one of these spells, you must expend a spell slot of the spell's level or higher. You regain all spell slots whenever you finish a long rest. Prepare for the 1st level higher. You can prepare the 1st level spells that are available to you to cast this feature. To start, choose. Also, I just clicked it also because you're a half caster. You're getting these way later. What have they done to Warlock? What the? Please tell me the invocations are actually good. Well, not they were good before, but like they like make up for this. There's actually a change made to them or something, or something to make up for it. But like, oh, you get the thirsting blade as part of your path weapon thing. Increases choose to spell must spell slot paired the spells don't count against you, yada yada. Okay, changing your spell per spell. Whenever you gain level, you can replace one spell with your list with another arcane spell slots. Ability your back boon feature determines your spell ability for the spells you cast with your Warlock's features. Spell focus, your arcane focus, yeah. Okay, in your side occult two and two other invocations options. Media invocation, you can learn invocation at any time at the same time that you meet the process, yada yada. When you gain certain levels, you gain invocations. Additionally, whenever you gain a world level, you can choose one of your invocations and replace it with another one. Made the qualifications for. So just miss as okay. So you can get So high level spell is from an Elvish invocation, I guess. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. You only have one more Elvish invocation. I guess you are freed up because you're not. Because there's, I guess, one you wouldn't be taking because of your. Could getting one from your pact, essentially getting one from your pact boon, but like, what's the ritual casting one? Because like they get from from back the tome. What is that? Is that? That might be in. Is that in Xanathars? Maybe in Xanathars. Whatever it is, like you can that thing, which is like, if you're even gonna take that, like, Fiend, okay. Fee, best improvement, invocation, your choice one for what you qualify. Let's feature electrification, fee, electrification, Connet Patron Edition. In the past, you have usually contacted your patron using intermediaries. Now you can communicate directly. You always have this plain spell prepared. With this feature, you can cast a spell without finishing spell slot to contact your patron, and you automatically succeed on the spell saving throw. Interesting. Once you cast a spell, you with this feature. Okay. Just to check up on it. What exactly does that do? For you. Says you can ask the entity up to 5 questions. You must ask your questions before the spell ends. The GM answers each question with one word, such as yes, no, maybe, never, irrelevant, or unclear. If the entity doesn't know the answer to the question, or unclear if the answer. Okay. If the one word answer it would be misleading, the GM might instead offer a short phrase as an answer. Okay. Sure, whatever, fine. You can another electrification, fee, electrification, Southwest feature, electrification, fee, Hex Master. You have mastered the dread application of your hexes, allowing you to cast hex with a spell without expending a spell slot. Is that at the lowest level, or is that just whatever you feel like it? Because that's at 5th level, like that's 36 extra damage on all attack. On one attack each turn. I feel like it might be any level. So I would probably. This score you choose of your pack boon increases by 2. Okay. Boom, the Night Spirit or the type of your choice. It does seem kind of more. I mean, it does seem like it is more open what it can do, I guess. But I mean, blast. Whenever you cast Eldritch Blast, you add your spell ability modifiers to the spell's damage rolls. armor. You can cast mage armor on yourself without spending a spell slot or using material components. Yep. So another higher level on yourself without spending a spell slot or using material components. Beast speech. Yep. Double sight. Normally darkness, both magical and non-magical. Justice at 400 feet. You can cast magic without spending a spell slot. You can cast Elblast. When you cast Elblast from 300 feet. You can read all writing. This ability doesn't decode secret messages in a text. You read the service meaning and must rely on other capabilities to decode something. Favor of the Chain Master. Now the higher Path of Chain feature. Your bond with a familiar summoned by your pact familiar spell grows with more powerful. Whenever the familiar hits with its Eldritch Strike, the target experiences the following effect associated with the familiar's creature type. Aberration, slowing the slime. The target's speed is reduced by 15 feet until the end of your next turn. And during the time it can't take the dash or disengage actions. Interesting. Special guiding light. The next attack roll against the target before the end of your next turn has advantage, and if the target has the visible condition, that condition is suppressed for the duration. Yeah. Let's quickly check something. It's an action. What is it to cause him to attack? Is my question in mind. Is it an action? Is it a reaction? What is it? Can't remember. What is bonus action? Combat reaction. That's what I thought it was, but I want to make sure. So, okay. If the target is medium or smaller, it has the prone condition. You're not on prone. Okay, interesting. Behind Sting, the target has the charm condition until the end of your next turn and receives both you and the familiar as the charmer. Okay. Under the toxin, the target has the poison condition until the end of your next turn. Okay. Again, Fiend isn't that great because it's poison damage and the poison condition, which is a lot of things I have immunity to. Undead, Whispers of the Grave. That's a rogue feature. Rogue fighting feature. The target has the friend condition until the end of your next turn. You choose whether the target is friend of you or the familiar. Okay. Fiendish Figure, you can cast Fall of Life on yourself without expending a spell slot or using material components. Yep. Get of 2 minds. 5th floor higher. You can use a bonus action to touch a willing humanoid and proceed through its sentence until the end of your next turn. As long as the creature is on the same base of existence as you, you can use a bonus action on subsequent turns to maintain this concentration, extend the duration until the end of your next turn. While proceeding through the other creature senses, you benefit from any special senses present for the creature, and you can cast spells as if you were in your space or the other creature's space. That is interesting. These are 2 minds. Action to maintain, so that's a bonus action. And does it mention being different to your own surroundings here? Doesn't seem to. It doesn't appear as if you're blind enough to your own surroundings. And you can cast spells through them. That's pretty good. Okay. Now it requires a prayer to the 5th level, but I take that trade. 9th level or higher, Path of the Tome feature. A new page appears in your book of shadows when you can conjure it. With your permission, a creature can use its action to write its name on the page, which can contain a number of page names equal to your proficiency bonus. When any creature whose name is on the page is reduced to 0 hit points or not, right? To magic address to 1 hit point instead. This magic is once it's magic, no creature can benefit from it. Yeah, that's no different than originally. I think that a lot of other places it will have places that has kind of thing. They've added so they gain more XP. They're not locked down. They're not just at 1. They're more than that. Being at 1 is not all that great, but here they don't do that, which is interesting. But also it's 9th. Has it always been 9th? Maybe. I don't know. Hexer. When you cast Hex, it's range at 600 feet, and you have advantage on a concentration. Saying there's made to obtain concentration on the spell. Okay. Within the first ones, you have received knowledge from an elder entity of the multiverse, allowing you to gain 1 feat of your choice, such as skill that is available to first level characters that not lack prerequisites. Okay. So it could be proficient in martial weapons potentially. I think, right? No, it's fourth. Darn. So the ones that would be then are tough, tavern brawler, skilled, savage attacker, magic initiate, musician, lucky, healer, crafter, or alert. Life Drinker, another higher path blade feature. When you hit a creature with a weapon with the weapon of your path weapon, you take an extra 1d6 necrotic damage. In addition to the first time you deal necrotic damage with its invocation on each of your turns, you gain a number of hits equal to the necrotic damage dealt. That's cool. That's a much before it's just adding charisma modifier for attacking damage was made with weapon. Now it's 1 hit necrotic damage on all the attacks. That's pretty good. I like that. Good, but we also got a bit of a vampire touch going there. Well, maybe making 2 attacks. You're making 2 attacks that's under 2d6 per turn, one, and you're healing half that basically, in a way. Granted, if you roll a 1 and then a 6, you're only healing 1 HP versus healing 3 if you round down. Without expanding a spell slot. Also self at 50 level higher at will. Misty Vision, Silent Image without expanding a spell slot or using meteor components. Mr. Arcanum. Your explorations of the arcane have unlocked magic within you. Choose 1 spell from the arcane spell list that has a level with which you qualify, as shown on the Mystic Arcanum table. Look for your warlock level on the table. See the maximum level that the spell can have. You can cast the chosen spell once without expending a spell slot, and you must finish a long rest before doing so again. You can take this invocation more than once. Each time you do so, the spell you gain must be of a level different level from any other spell you've chosen from this invocation. That's kind of odd. Why make that? It's kind of weird, but whatever. So yeah, they basically allow you to be a full caster essentially for 1 spell. 1 spell you can cast, I think, if you're a full caster, and we could be axed ones spells of higher than 5th level. I guess. Sure. I guess it works. I'm not that big of a fan of it though. With the shadows, while you're in the darkness, you can use your action to have the invisible condition on until you move or take an action both direction. This is one of the shadows. It's still trash. It is. No, but it's still action. No, it's still garbage. Yep. Okay. You can jump yourself without will, ninth level or higher, repelling blast. When you can large or small with Eldritch Blast, you can push them 10 feet horizontally. You're up to 10 feet straight away from me. Okay. Oh, they're basically saying that so if you're like below them, they'll push them up. That's why it's saying horizontally. Or if people below them, they can push them down. You can cast Arcane Eye without spending a spell slot. Yep, it's the same. You can cast Speed with Dead without spending a spell slot. Yep. You just choose that out of range of 30 feet. That's different. Which it previously was. You can see the true form of any shape changer, creature that unsealed by an illusion or other transmutation magic, while the creature within 30 feet of you. So, within line of sight. So, it's just essentially true sight. I think it's missing some pieces though. But, they got rid of a lot of the ones that weren't really good. I mean, so Change of Heart series gone, which is I wish it was. I like Change of Heart series. I mean, it's not great, but they got rid of the bad things like Bewitching Whispers and um Devil Word. Things that for Bewitching Whispers is you can cast Compulsion once using a will spell slot. You can't cast actually. Hold on, that's Mr. Arcana. Never mind. Never mind. That's, well, they got rid of them. They just made it part of Mr. Arcana though. Basically, so they got rid of them. Not really. They just made it part of this. So, Book of Ancient Secret is the ritual one. That's what I think of earlier. Okay, Fiend Patron. Third level patron spells. The magic of your ability patron grants you the following benefits. Ooh, interesting. You always have certain spell prepared when you reach a world level, especially in fiend spells. Actually, those are never mind. I was hoping that those would be. I always assumed that these would be the higher level spells, but no, they're still the bloody low level ones. The half casting levels. You can cast one. You can cast one of your prepared spells from this feature without expending the spell slot, and you must finish a long rest before you use this benefit again. So, Burning Hands, Command, Scorching Ray, Suggestions, Fear, Fireball's gone, Blight, Wallfire, Flame Strike, Insect Plague. That's what they changed. So, they base Blind Stiffness with Suggestion, that's better. Upgrade. They base Fireball Fear, that's a downgrade. They base Fires with Blight. I like both the spells, so. Then they place Hollow with Insect Plague. Sure. When you a creature, we just an enemy to 0 hit points, or an enemy drops to 0 hit points within 5 feet of you, you can target hit points equal to your spell modifier plus your will level. So, so now it's also within 5 feet of you. So yeah. Now, if you're finding a creature in melee and someone else drops into 0 points, you still get target points. So, and I would say it's pretty much the same. So, that's level. No, that's the wrong one. I'm the one from PHP. You can call on your fiendish patron to alter fate in your favor. When you make an ability check or a saving throw, you can use this feature to add a d10 to the roll. You can do so after seeing the initial roll, but before any of the roll's effects occur. You can use this feature and equal to your spell has been a modifier, and you regain all uses when you finish a long rest. So, but saving throw, d10. You have more usage of it. It's supposed to be modified per long rest instead of short rest, once per short long rest. So, yeah, so it's mildly better. Generally the preternatural resilience of fiends. You can choose one damage type other than force whenever you finish a short or long rest. You can resist that damage type until you choose a different one with this feature. So the one change is just it's rid of the sword weapons piece, the bypass the match of sword weapons. Hurl through hell. When you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can use this feature to instantly teletransport the target through the lower planes. The creature disappears and hurls through a nightmare landscape. At the end of your next turn, the target returns to the space it previously occupied or the nearest unoccupied space. If the target is not a fiend, it must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell's DC upon its return. On a failed save, the target takes 10d10 psychic damage. On a failed save, the creature takes half as much damage. So, that's pretty much the same. Then once you use the feature, you can't use it against the feature unless you spend a spell of at least 4th level. When you use it again, you can use this feature only once per turn. So, yeah, basically you need it with 4th level spell slot now. Okay, so not bad. So a minor improvement to it. Granted, you're not getting 4th level spell slots until 13th. Yeah. So, actually, well, you're a 14th, so like you have it. So, visited intelligence, nothing's changed there. I assume this will be intelligence, but spellcasting wizard spellbook, that's different. Arcane Curse at second. Academic is new. Wizard spellclass is now at third, obviously. Feet at fourth is normal. Remember my spell, that's what we've seen before. I wonder if this scrub spells with that, but that might be relate to that. Subclass feature, modify spell, it's what we saw before. So this is probably the spell I saw before. Like we saw with sorcerer add spells and stuff that you get. Fee 8. Trait spell at 9. Subclass feature at 10 as expected. Nothing at 11th. Fee at 12th. Nothing at 13th. Spell class feature at 14th. Spell mastery at 15th. Interesting. Spell mastery at 15th at 18th. Fee at 16. Nothing at 17. Spell signature spells at 18. Then 19, 20. Which I mean, we were expecting a spell mastery move. I wasn't playing 15, but I guess it's having it 17 be like spell mastery and immediately signature spells is kind of putting me kind of odd. So and then 16 is feet, so we would happen to put it to 15. So, but cantrips are the same. Prepared spells are now set in stone rather than being determined by your level and score. So at 20th is gonna be fewer. At first it's gonna be probably also, it depends, but 20th is probably fewer. So but okay. 26. Intelligence, wisdom doesn't change. Arcana, history, insight, investigation, medicine, religion, that's not a change. Presence of weapons, that's strange. No tools, no armor. Arcane focus, quarterstaff. Because quarterstaff no longer staff, but again, forcing them into a certain arcane focus, which is weird. I don't understand why they're doing that. 2 daggers. So before they would be a quarterstaff or a dagger, here is getting a quarterstaff and 2 daggers. Gain a robe. Okay, a scholar's pack and 5 GP. I assume you get spellbook comes from the spellbook thing. It was a 13 or higher, no opportunities and stuff. And spell thoughts are as affected. No, it's not. I mean, you're forcing a scholar's pack, so you can't choose an explorer's pack. You're forcing a quarterstaff, get an extra dagger, get a robe. Like, sure, I really don't care. Okay, cantrips, light mage hand, for ray frost of curiosity. Is that any different? Nope. I just feel like they, in the other ones previously they've had like a recommendation like what you might take at a high level of spells. They haven't had that here. This seems to all be as expected. Fish long rest, intelligence, working focus. Well, your wizardly apprenticeship culminated in the creation of a unique book. Your spellbook is a tiny object that weighs 3 pounds, and it contains 100 pages. So basically, letting a spellbook in your equipment, it's incorporated into a feature. This magic book holds the wizardly spells you know, and it is a repository of your arcane findings. Writing in a magical cipher using the spell scribe spell, you have ensured that no one else can read the book without magic. The book is vital to your spellcasting feature, as explained there. Known spells. Your book contains the spells you know of first level or higher. It starts with the following spells: Scribe spell and 6 others first level spells of your choice from the arcane spell list. If you're choosing spells, you can have your book contain the following spells: Burning Hands, Studded, Magic, Featherfall, Mage Armor, Mat Missile, Scribe Spell, and Sleep. On adventures, you might find other spells that you can add to your spell book using Scribe Spell. Whenever you cast a Wizard's feature, Wizards gain a level of first. After first, you add 2 arcane spells of your choice to your spellbook without needing to cast Scribe Spell. Each of these spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots, as shown on the wizard level table. The spells are the culmination of arcane research you do regularly. Some other wizard features also add spells to your spellbook. Ritual caster, you can cast any spell that has a ritual if the spell has the ritual tag and the spell is in your spellbook. You need to have the spell prepared, but you must read from the book to cast the spell in this way. Create another spellbook. You can have more than one spellbook. You can create another one, perhaps as a backup or replacement, by casting a private spell on a blank book. Doing so adds a spell as normal and makes the book your spellbook. Okay, so you have multiple spells. Interesting. The book's appearance. Your spellbook is a unique compilation of spells with its own decorative flourishes and margin notes. It might be plain a functional little volume that you received as a gift from your master, a finely bound gilt-edged tome you found in an ancient library, or even a loose collection of notes scrounged together after you lost your previous spellbook in a mishap. It's kind of interesting that it's like, okay, they're kind of saying like, okay, yeah, it is a tome. Before, like, it was more like kind of like, oh, it could kind of be something else, like could be cards or something, I guess. But what is that any different than before? Actually, no, I don't think it's any different before. Never mind then. But academic. Your time as a scholar has equipped you to recall a broad range of lore. When you take the study action, which is basically an action you take to make it an intelligence check, you have the advantage on any intelligence check you make as part of that action. Interesting. Okay. Arcane recovery. You have learned to regain some of your magical energy by studying your spellbook. When you finish a short rest, you can choose expanded spell slots to recover. The spell slots you have can have a combined level that is equal to or less than half your wizard level bounded up. And none of them can be a 6th level or higher. But like your 4th level wizard, you can recover 2 spell levels worth of spell slots. You can either recover a 7th level spell slot or 2 1st level spell slots. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again to official long rest. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? Pretty sure the same thing. Yeah, done a little change. Wizard subclass. You can the Evoker subclass. Yeah, okay. So So it's called Evoker and Evocation School now. Okay. This is Abjurer, Abjuration, Conjurer, Necromancer, things like that. Okay. Memorize, get the Memorize spell, as expected. Subclass feature, Modify spell. Use a Modify spell and add it to your spellbook. Feat, create spell and add it to your spellbook. And add it to your spellbook. The spell is a casting after Modify spell and is allowed and is followed by Scribe spell. If you complete the trio spells, you create a spell of your own. Okay. You gain a feature from your wizard subclass. You gain the ability to better improvement with a subclass. So you have achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast them at will. Choose your first and second spell that are in your spellbook. You cast those spells at their lowest level without expending a spell slot when you have them prepared. If you want to cast either spell at a high level, you must expend a spell slot as normal. Okay, one thing worth noting is there is the hex thing earlier on with the Master of Hexes in Warlock. Hex Master, you can hex without expending a spell slot. Giving a similar idea happening down here, but it's specifying that if you cast a high level, you have to expend a spell slot. So I think something then with the hex there, the hex master is you can cast at 5th level without spending spell slot, which I think when you look at features like improved divine smite, makes sense. So or bow strikes, it makes sense. Well, actually, bow strikes not anymore, but at least makes some sense. So, yeah. By spending 8 hours in study, you can claim one or both spell of your spells you chose 4 different spells of the same level. Their feat. Then you can master over 2 power spells and can cast them with level. Choose 2 third spells in your spellbook as your signature spells. You always have these spells prepared, and you can cast each of them at once at 3rd level without expending a spell slot. When you do so, you can't cast them again to finish a long rest. If you want to cast each spell, how you must spend a level. Yeah, so nothing's changed there beyond the early level. Feat, a boon, intelligence by 2, or maximum 30. A boon is dimensional travel or the boon of choice. Evoker. Savant. Choose 2 evocation spells from an arcane spell list, each of which must be no higher than 2nd level. You add those spells to your spellbook without needing to cast Scribe spell. Interesting. In addition, when you cast Scribe spell, to add a spell to your spellbook, the gold cost and casting time you must spend to add an evocation spell to your spellbook is halved. Okay. Sculpt spells. You can create pockets of relative safety within the effects of your evocations. When you cast an evocation spell that affects other creatures that you can see, you can choose a number of them equal to 1 plus the spell's level. The chosen creatures automatically succeed on their saving throws against the spell and take no damage if they would normally take half as much damage on a successful save. Yeah, that doesn't change at all. Didn't think it did, but wanted to check. Okay. Your damage can affect even creatures that avoid the brunt effect. When you cast a cantrip in a creature and you miss with the attack roll, or the attack target succeeds on a saving throw against the cantrip, the target takes half of its damage, if any, but there's no additional effect from the cantrip. So now it also occurs if you miss an attack roll, so it's not just on saving throws. Power evocation. Whenever you cast an evocation spell from the arcane spell list, you can add your intelligence modifier to 1 damage roll of that spell. Yeah, that's the same. Then then over channel, which it's not there, so I can tell it's gonna be the same. So, yeah. This gives you a pretty good idea that most of the real schools are probably like evocation savant. You can apply the changes there to any other of the other traditional, other standard wizard features, and then potent cantrip changed, which is probably there might be some minor changes to the features that the wizard in the PvP have, but for the most part, they're probably gonna remain the same. Just because of the vibe game for this, so because like beyond those two, no change. So, and this one was guaranteed; it was bound to change due to the whole describe spell situation. The whole situation with the describe spell. So rules glossary. Oh, new route entry death saving throws replaces dying condition. Okay, so they keep on going. Oh, we're doing this now this way, and they go back on it. They go no, nah, no. I'm like, okay. It's probably because they're getting a negative response. The process of things is probably what it is, but honestly, I didn't mind the time condition. Okay. Exhaustion has been removed. So exhaustion is now back to what it was before. Is that what I'm getting from that? Okay. So the saving throws. On your third, so let's save you gain 1 hit point, but you are unconscious and start a short rest. Remain unconscious until you regain more hit points, or until another creature uses an action to administer first aid to you, which which would require a DC 10 with a medicine check. The playtest rule removes the notion of being stable at 0 hit points, and it removes the stability creature rule on page 197 of the player's handbook. Okay. So that the word "you are stable" has been removed. You are just put at 0 hit points and unconscious, but not forced to make. No, you have 1 hit point on unconscious, right? It's our short rest, meaning unconscious to gain a hit point through the short rest, or natural or healing, or then wisdom check. Okay, with a medicine check. Influence action without a change. This action is pretty big. They changed it. Because the DM drives both the use and the DCs of the action. This action is available, and it can be used only on creatures controlled by the DM. If it isn't mind control, it can't force a creature to do something that is counter to the creature's limit. Blah 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 blah. I don't care enough to read about it through all this. It's not really been changed a lot much. Like mechanics haven't really changed. Probably the wording from my from this. True sight. A creature with true sight has enhanced vision. Darkness. A creature can see normal and medical darkness. The creature can see creatures that have the invisible condition and objects that are obscured by magic. Visual illusions. Visual illusions appear transparent to the creature, and the creature automatically succeeds on saving throws against them. The creature discerns the true form of any creature or object it sees that has been transformed by magic. It doesn't specify anything about like goblin stuff, which I guess it's technically magic, but I assume it's magic, but because it doesn't say shape changers. It was curious. The creature can see into the other plane. Yeah. Okay, so I guess that's basically all there is here. So yeah. Hold on. I don't like what they did the warlock. Just kind of overall thought. I don't like. Warlock become it's more customizable than it was before with the whole like you can do different, like you can choose not to be a full caster, but like you also can't choose to be a full caster either. You have access to like one spell, which has once per long rest, a full cast with access to it, but you're not a full cast. You can't just opt into that. It's like Warlock is now unique in that it's not just one ability score. It's any one of the 3, but like it's got the unique before. I don't like one. They didn't, and it doesn't feel like they made up for it. The changes they made to Warlock, it's like I felt they just kind of took and didn't give anything back. I was like, well, they have more spell slots, but I would rather be casting 5th level spells at all my spells. 2 spells out of a short rest at 9th level, cast all my spells at 5th level, then not at half level to the 17th. Like, nah, I don't like it. The wizard I don't, which is interesting. It's sure the whole like the way the spells thing is like so weird. It's like the whole spell thing. It's like I don't understand it. Like it's like why wouldn't you make it a feature? Like oh you're expending a spell slot, but like actually how many of them are rituals? Because a lot of them are rituals. I like. I don't even matter then. The first ones were interesting. Crab spell is a ritual. It just adds 10 minutes, so it's not a big deal. Casting spell or 2 hours. 2 hours or more, and then also ritual. And memorize spell also ritual. Okay, so not a ritual, but it's a reaction. So like. I just I feel like they could have just made it a feature and like didn't make it a spell. Like I feel like they could have been better just not as a spell. I'm like just it feels like they made it really confused. But like I by making it a spell, it's like I'm not a big fan of it. I do like the weapon mastery stuff. I just hope I'm hoping it's on the add to Ranger and probably Paladin, but I mean, obviously you can get it through like this Weapon Master, but you can't retake the. You can't. This is not repeatable. Weapon Master is not repeatable, from what I can tell. From what it says here, and it's one weapon. So if you're Ranger, it's like longbow or rapier or short sword, scimitar. Like your options are like if or like if you're doing short sword and scimitar wielding, which right now not sorcerer, ranger in her weapons gets a scimitar and a short sword. So if you're doing it, you're probably doing both of them. Only one of them has the mastery one. If you're half equal master, and then your longbow if you would not. It's like they should probably have a part of the class then, so that you didn't actually have more than one of the weapons you're using. Hopefully do that, but I don't know. We'll see. Um, um, I'll say I don't know how I feel about like the wizard and the sword. It's like warlock. I'm like I like ooh I can have a wisdom caster like pack the blade warlock character. Ooh yay! I'm interested by that, but I'm not a full caster. I'm a half caster, and it's like I don't really like that. I it's like I don't like it, but hmm. Um, I like barbarian. I think, but I don't care about barbarian really generally for the most part. So like, But well, this burst is interesting, but I don't know. I'm. It's like I don't really like them all that much. It's like with the three Archicasters, I'm like the way it went about feels really weird to me. With Sorcerer and Wizard. Also, I don't like how much a lot of there's some stuff I feel like they're kind of you're forcing them into a certain mold, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of what the fuck Spotify's doing, but that's not me. That's on Spotify. Um, but I don't know. So hold on. You can put one level into Warlock and use Wisdom for your weapon attack rolls or Charisma. Maybe a single level and you pack the boom boom. Got it. And all use an epic boon basically, which you also like when above 20th level they talk about. You have epic boons at like 30,000 XP beyond 20th level. You can epic boon. You're not using anything. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. So it's like like a ranger. I'll say a ranger of warlock like Fey Wanderer Ranger Archfey Warlock, but like you don't get third level. You don't get so less into third level. So like putting three levels into Warlock wouldn't seem like it make a lot of sense. So I'm not elephant amplifications or something, but because putting three levels into it would mean you're losing Foe Slayer, which is not worth it. Two levels though, can you get an amplification? Maybe worth it, but so. But I think I'm probably gonna end stream here. I don't have. I can't. I'm not quite sure what to think about lost it. Lost like I like the stuff for the weapons. Fighter, like I like some of the stuff. The whole like way five become being forced into defense. It keeps me kind of mind, but like I don't particularly the whole chain mail like a lot of like being lot forced in certain things in the equipment they're giving is annoying and I don't like it, but it's not really that big of a deal. I just don't like it because there's all the GPPs you can get around it. But it's probably 5 with 175. Like you could get stud of other armor, and then like do whatever you want really with because of how much GP you're getting from there. So, but probably large because you're getting great sources of 50 GP. But um, so but I like to be 175 HP could be Can you buy anything with that? I mean, you can. I was really like cellular armor is pretty like cellular armor would be even if you buy cellular armor, it would leave with 130. Um, you can't the best. Yeah, the best armor you can buy with that is cellular armor. Like the chainmail, I mean, you could buy chainmail and have 100 GP left over. Um, you would need 25 more GP to get Splint, but if you go over to here, so you're gonna be missing 185 to get to 200. You need 25. So Control F, 25 GP. So with an artisan, so I guess with an artisan, you could then because you could get 25 GP from your background there, you could then get Splint, but like, yay Splint, and then you get nothing else. So like, it's not really worth it. I have a Splint armor but no weapons. Well, I'll punch you to death. But I don't have the armor fighting style because that doesn't exist in One D&D currently. But I'm imagining if you can get the bare minimum equipment for a wizard and extra spell scrolls to learn. For wizard has like no GP. It's like 50 GP. With wizard, you don't wear a spellbook at all, but because from a feature, it's all 55 GP. Like that's not enough for you to get spell scrolls with. I mean, maybe about like an arcane focus that costs all of arcane focus costs all of 5 GP for the staff. 2 daggers will cost you 4 GP. The robe costs you 1 GP. They got rid of component powders. I don't think they got rid of them. It's just they're forcing you to take certain things. So they're forcing you to arcane focuses. Scholar's plaques costs you 40 GP. They got 5 extra GP lying around. So, I mean, you can buy. I assume they're still around. But in the same way that the arcane focus rod is probably still around, there's forcing core stuff there, forces you into orb here, right? Or is it crystal? I think it's crystal for. Was orb for warlock, crystal for? Yeah, orb for warlock, crystal for sorcerer. Yeah, crystal sorcerer. Because wand and rod are not there. I assume there's still arcane focus that you could have. These aren't the ones they give you. They force you into taking, and so I assume that in the same way, component powers are still around. So, spear's so weird. I don't understand that. But then all the Halla spells now, they're half casters now. So no, like, sure they get more spells overall, but they actually have fewer prepared spells. Well, it dips down around here, and then you don't get 5th until 17th. So like, I'd rather be able to have cast my 5th levels. I would be able to upcast spell that fit, but I'd be able to having the way. I'd rather have the way it worked before. Just at high levels, yeah, the way it works now is this way is probably preferable. But low levels, I'd much rather have it. Would have otherwise. Now that Mr. Arcana thing, which is now kind of works to give you spells earlier, kind of, but like, eh. Any major monk changes? Monk is not in the, monk is still not been released yet. It's the one. It's this. It's well that and our Pressure, the two that aren't out yet. Yeah, it's like for which for me monk is one of the one of my two favorite classes. Well, subclasses. For me, I play monks and rangers primarily. It's like I have to wait for monk. Making me wait for monk. My favorite mode class is monk. Yeah, I played a it was six shadow monk, six shadow monk, three rogue assassin, and then the Russian and then the Russian in Gloomstalker Ranger. Um, as that as a character, and that was super fun. I like just stealth out the wazoo. You just can't see me. I think I've played three different Gloomstalker Rangers. Um, yeah, that one. I played another one for a different adventure, and then I played a Dampier Rel with recently. There's a Gloomstalker Ranger. Um. So yeah. But I don't. Spotify's being weird. um. Um. Yeah, World System World System is in a combination with like Ranger. I'm currently playing a Dragon Master Monk, aiming for 8 Monk, 3 Ranger, bonus action Hunter's Mark attack, second round all attacks, adding those extra damage dice from performing for a creature and mark target. Uh huh. Yeah. Favorite combo so far. Yeah. I think one of my favorite combos is they don't change it. Yeah. Um. Well, they did change how Hunter's Mark works with Ranger. It's now, um, no, and you don't need to concentrate on it. It lasts for it automatically lasts for full duration, but it's then but it's still a bonus action to cast it though, so it's not automatically an attack. But um, granted, yeah, it's still the same thing on first action, but you don't have the favorite foe from Tasha's anymore, so you don't get that mark piece. Though at 20th level you do get favorite foe, which now makes your not 20th 18th you get makes your hunter's mark a D10 instead of a D6, but. Hmm. Which that's nice, but it's so late though. It'd be cool that I did D8 version was earlier on, but um, hold on. If you don't require concentration from the hunter's mark and from ranger, then if you go into warlock and do hex and hunter's mark at the same time, so they buff the damage and remove con, but also remove the changing of target ability. For ranger, there was never a con. Um, the changing target I'm pretty sure is still present. The spell itself hasn't changed at all. They just basically added it so that they don't you no longer have favorite foe from that was present in Tasha's. You don't have that anymore. But um yes, it means you don't have, what that ability does it means it's you don't need to prepare it, and then you don't need to concentrate on it. But going at that, if you don't need content, that means you can have Hex and Hunter's Mark at the same time, active at the same time. And with a multi-class into Warlock pack of the blade, you can use Wisdom for all your attack rolls with your pack weapon. And so you could have a pack weapon using Wisdom, with your Wisdom modifier, and have Hex and Hunter's Mark at the same time. For major Warlock new combat, yeah. It depends on how much do you want to go into Warlock. Hex Matter's too late to go for that. I would think it was tempting, but that's definitely too late. Probably Ranger 3 and Ranger Rest and Warlock. You could do that way. I think probably the Power that's probably better. I was like at Nature's Fail or something, but or some less features, or I guess it's probably not worth it. I don't think. Thing is, you'd really want Hex Master get Hex at will, but we also the Thirsting Blade. But when you get Thirsting Blade would be really good because that heals you. Not if there's been Life Drinker. So it was actually 1d6 damage on all your 1d6 damage on all your attacks, but then it also heals the first time on each of your turns they do necrotic damage. You heal that amount of damage back. So, and if you're doing necrotic, it's only your path though, so you can't really get with 2 in fighting that. You can really combine that with 2 in fighting. Though you could combine it with Horizon Walker Ranger or one of the other ranger features that allows you to attack multiple times, like the Gloomstalker's Stalker's Flurry. So you could if we got 11 levels, that would actually work. Cause that would be 11 and 9. So it'd be and how many invocations do you have at that point? At 9th level, you would have 5 invocations. I'm gonna go do some math. If you have worth. Could you with Mr. Count at 9th level, 5th level? Use Hex. You're not upcasting Hex. You can't upcast Hex that way. Relentless Hex. Because Relentless Hex is a Xana's got everything. That's probably why it's not here. Because Relentless Hex allows you to tell about 30 feet. What's a bonus action though? Just don't have available to you. I mean, well, actually, if you're running a range, like first turn and second turn, use bonus action for Hunter's Mark and for Hex. But then after that, your bonus action, like you could run like Zweihander. That's a great sword. Huh. Actually, wait, it could be heavy cannon. Shit. Sag. Oh wait, no, this is up here because it's not a spell. Fade. Where are you? Pack the blade. This is called Packman. ability modifier, proficient weapon, training weapon. That half the high property. Too bad. What would be? I guess what was the most optimal was probably like Warhammer or Longsword probably. Could get the 1d10 damage. Probably the best option to go with. A swing ranger gets mastery of some sort. You can spend a fee on it though. Wait a minute. Would Cleat? What's the wording behind Horizon Walker? When you take the attack action, you can tell about 10 for each attack. If you attack at least 2 different creatures with this action, you want to attack. If you hit a creature with a melee attack using this one, you can make an attack with the weapon against a second creature within 5 feet of you. It's all within your reach on a hit, except as a high property. It would still work with Horizon Walker if you're not just going with the whole not necessarily with the whole warlock idea, because that could affect Distant Strike more easily. Potentially, well, more easily. Like you could attack a creature twice because you'd be able to easily affect that hitting the 2 different targets. Because with that, you get two targets and you can attack whoever you want. Which with Hunter's Mark means you're attacking the same Hunter's Mark creature again. So. I still think I still think the Vex and Elven Axe idea is kind of more fun, but ever since Elven Axe, I was like, I mean like with Elven Axe, I was trying to find like where can I get like the optimizing, like how can I get as much advantage as possible. Which I just get with a rogue, you could like double strike a weapon master, get Vex on like a longbow. You also need proficiency in longbow though, which you get through the weapon master though in training feat. Go grab weapon master. Vex with the longbow with Vex. Wait. Do you have to change it though, don't you? Shit, because longbow is naturally slow. Pain. I think that's the case, right? Yeah. The one that you have to change, you have to be a fighter. And longbow is indeed slow. I guess you could, but hand crossbow's not that great. Though I mean, it wouldn't be longbow though. It could be rapier, because rapier is still fun. It's still finesse, so it's still dexterity, which means accuracy, not accuracy. But like self destruction is necessary. I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely now a better combination between warlock and ranger. And honestly, Bloodhunter feels even more useless now. Um, um, hmm. Anything else? Also, one moment. These what masters are on your turn, right? Each weapon. If you hit with a melee attack using this weapon, you can make an attack roll with the weapon against a second creature within 5 feet of you. The first that is also within your reach. Will that work with an opportunity attack? And how well does like it's once per turn, but that's different once per round. But how well does that combine with with vigilant defender of cavalier fighter? Because if you put Cleveland a pike or something, or even not a pike, you maybe be Cleveland your halberd. I don't want to say pike. How much do I have it? The bugbear of 50-foot reach. We just enter my reach, move off my reach. I'll hit you and the guy next to you. I probably wouldn't work that way, but I don't think it ever says it has to be on your turn though. But I don't know. Is what Nick when you make an extra attack of the weapon property, can make it when you make the extra attack of the light weapon property, you can make it as a attack as a part of the attack. So okay, so this is like if you have a Nick is on short sword, right? No, short sword is Vex. Scimitar is Nick. So if you have a short sword and a scimitar, with that on the scimitar, it's part of the action. And Vex is once per turn, is it not? No, that's actually, well, that's the assumption, I guess. If you if you the and deal damage to the target, the creature, you have event on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. It doesn't say it's once per turn. My thought is if you're if you're dealing with two and fighting, and you have a short sword scimitar, short sword Vex, I have the advantage on the attack roll, and then into the scimitar as part of the same attack, which would then take advantage of the advantage. The advantage is it's the next attack. That's not gone away. It's no longer in play. That's no longer in play. And then you have extra attack, second short sword attack. Will that not activate again? Which then means someone else can have an advantage on the attack roll. It's you having an advantage on the next attack roll, but end of your next turn, which means your first sword attack your next turn would have advantage, which is then activated again. I think you always end up having one attacking interest that doesn't have advantage. I think always. It's guaranteed. Because if you go with short sword, the scimitar then has because short scimitar short sword, it's you don't have advantage on the first short sword. Or on the first turn you don't have advantage on the first short sword or the second short sword. On the second turn you only don't have the only one you don't have advantage on is the second short sword. It also works pretty well with monk too. um, because with the Nick works with monk because these are your bonus actually help for things like the key strike and stuff. Hmm. Or your or in Kensai monk especially. Hmm. Because it won't want the blade bonus activation. So that's when you should martial arts die. If you are into fighting. Hmm. So curious, what is whip have access to? If you if it's only if you're getting fighter, so I care less. But we really are really only good in like monk, particularly Kensei monk. But finesse and reach. Also, it just clicked in my head that you can combine the pack weapon with um the weapon of monk. No, that's not a big deal, but you can guarantee that it's a monk weapon. Finesse and reach. So slow, topple, vex are all possible for whip. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, you have vex, but again, you have to go after a fighter. What was that? I found myself with this fighter is I find myself wanting to go into fighter, but like I don't. It's the features that I would want are so deep in fighter. I don't really care enough because they're seventh. Like some of those into fighters, like it's not worth it. I mean, champion gives you decent abilities. That what's the single fighter ability? Champion fighter ability? Yeah, seventh. You have to get that. Six is additional fighting style. Inspiration. I mean, if the final style isn't bad, but what did they? Where is that? What else did they do? There's champion there. What they might do with other fighters. They added two features, but beyond that, they lost and remarkable athlete. That's what they did. They cut out a remarkable athlete and moved everything. It showed everything earlier. Hmm. So then you probably lose know your enemy on Battlemaster. I would guess. Though maybe they throw it. Well, maybe battle enemy is at 6 and improve spirit combat spirit is at 6 or something, or somehow they put something else at 6. Oh wait, so it's 7th because it's 7th. No, no. I don't know. I guess the arcane charge. Probably the arcane charge and Elder's Knight or something maybe. I don't know. Going if I unless you have 2 no at a level, which means you have 2 level here. So you could see just the features just overlapping. Ones that would be pretty different levels because are then at the same level, but um, but okay. But I think I'm probably gonna wrap up stream here. Kind of fun. I really planned stream to be about 4 hours, and then I thought about like it's 50 pages. It'll take me 6 hours to get through all this. No, it took me 4 hours. It's 4 hours and 50 minutes into the stream with talking about things. Because I also like the most of the last like 25 pages, or no, not 25 pages. Last sort of pages didn't have any much. Last 10 pages. No. Last 5. Yeah, basically 5 pages worth of stuff that wasn't really prevalent. But cause I guess it took me about 5 minutes to go per page, which is about that's actually pretty much right on the money. But honestly, I think compared to the other ones, I think I'm a bit more intrigued about playtesting these. Well, I did playtest the Gloomstalker Damage character I mentioned earlier was a one D&D character. I am intrigued by playtesting these. But it's fun at timing to do that, and also adventure to play and stuff like that. But also have the whole skill tree, dude. Like, oh, we got more features now. Like, I don't want to go deal with that. No, thank you. At some point, I maybe should, but at the same time, I should probably just wait until it's done. They're done with it. And they're finalized. I'm not having to edit it again or something. But yeah. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna go head towards bed now. To bed now. So yeah. Tomorrow we're likely gonna be continuing with the spell mastery that I was working on. So basically, the idea of like what happens when you cast a spell at hell. So not hell, brain. What are you saying? As you cast a spell more and more, you would naturally get better at casting a spell. You cast it more efficiently, and possibly do more with it. And so, how does that manifest? And what more can you do these spells? That's what I'm working on. So, we're going through. I'm down to Fairy Fire, going through by level, and then Alpha going from there. So, over the past 10 days of me, that is, I have thought of more things like pretty with cure. I thought of something more for creative and creative reservoir, pretty the create side of things. But that or I think then I don't know. I'm gonna do Saturday. I don't even know. Sure. I really am hoping. Like, all my things right now with makes. There's no good time to stream for my sleep schedule because like I get stream before I go to bed. It's not a great. That's not a great time to stream. If I stream when I wake up, it ends up being like 11 o'clock by the time I actually start streaming, and it's like it's too late. And like so, hopefully it kind of holds with how it's gonna be for me today. But my sleep schedule that is will hold with me falling asleep at like 5 or whatever, or something like that. But I'll hold my breath. My stomach does not have me around because it's just hungry. I haven't eaten since like 6. So in like 10 hours. It's been a half maybe with me because of that, but yeah. So this is tomorrow. Then Saturday, I guess Saturday. I don't know. Probably consider like Mario Kart, doing more of the Mario Kart, but I can't get any coins. Or I could do more of the spell magic stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. But without further ado, my body's like actually shaking. Ugh. Without further ado, for those who came to stream, thanks for dropping by. And with that being said, bye.